Ayush, we are live now. Just go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, Samriddhi, you can proceed ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today, I am your host. I'm Samruddhi Kashyap, and I'm thrilled to be your co-host alongside Ayush Khare for this captivating extempore contest. Today, we have gathered here to witness some brilliant minds, showcase their spontaneous speaking skills, and share their insightful perspectives. Our primary goal is not just to have an exciting contest, but also to foster learning and growth among the participants. I would like a moment to thank Synapse Society, which has organized this event. Synapse is the official social linguistic society of IITM BSc. We collectively focus on history, geography, political science, languages, and culture. Our goal is to enhance and inculcate the importance of heritage and culture and enrich social skills and social linguistic knowledge among all the students. Now let's take a moment to express the gratitude towards the contributor of this event. Firstly, a special thanks to the IITM team for their support and collaboration in arranging this contest. We appreciate the efforts they have put into making this event a reality. Also, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the members of our Senate for their valuable support. Their belief in this event has been instrumental in shaping it into whatever it is today. We have our President Ayush Khare, Vice President Samriddhi Kashyap, Vignesh Mishra, who is the General Secretary, Keshava Krishnan Lakshmi Narayan, the Web Admin, Guru Saran Satsangi, the Design Head, Shivam Sharma, the PR Head, and Parampreet Singh, the Tech Head. Moving ahead, I want to express our deepest appreciation to our esteemed panel of judges. They have graciously offered their time and expertise to evaluate the talent on display. Their feedback will undoubtedly inspire and encourage our participants to reach new heights. To all the participants, we commend you for stepping up and embracing this challenge. Your courage and passion for this public speaking are commendable, and we can't wait to hear your brilliant speeches. Now let's get down over to the contest. But before we do that, let me hand over the mic to my co-host Ayush, who would guide you through the rules and format of this extempore competition. Over to you, Ayush.
Thank you, Samriddhi. Just confirm if I'm clearly audible because there is the
Yes, you
network
are.
issue at my end. Thank you so much, Samriddhi. So I'll proceed ahead with the rules as you can see in the presentation. The first rule, of course, is the language of communication will be English only, as it has already been clearly stated to all the finalists. All the finalists are divided into 6 different categories, where each category will have a different topic for the extempore. Now, the core team has, collectively decided this, that we have divided all the participants, all the finalists, into 6 different categories. Each category is provided with a different topic. They have to think for 2 to 3 minutes on that particular topic. We'll be selecting one participant, one finalist from each category, and he'll be competing. All the finalists from all the respective categories will be competing in another round at the end of the session. And from that finalists of the final round at the end of the session, we'll be declaring the winners in a short while on your student email IDs. The second rule, as you can see in the presentation, is the speech, and the judges will be, after the speech, the judges will be asking a few questions. And the question, the answer has to be delivered by the respective participant. The third rule, of course, as you can see in the presentation, is the topics would be provided a few minutes before the extempore, and each participant will have 5 minutes, followed by the question from the judges. So the deadline for expressing yourself for delivering your speech is gonna be 5 minutes. Samriddhi, you can proceed to the next slide. Thank you. I'll tell you the marking scheme by which the judges will be deciding the winners. First, 2 marks for each new point. Second, 1 mark for explanation of that particular point. Third, 1 mark for each data point. Like if you state a statistics, you will get 1 mark awarded by the judges. Fourth, marks will be decided by the judges only. Fifth, marks will be deducted if you exceed the time limit. And sixth, marking scheme for answers will obviously follow the above format. Samriddhi, you can proceed ahead.
Okay, so the first round, we call upon Shruti Sinha, Lakshanya, BVS Mohan Krishna, and Leena Goyal. The first topic is the legacy of your favorite historical leader. The legacy of a historical leader refers to the impact and lasting influence they leave behind, both in their time and for the future generations. It encompasses their achievements, actions, decisions, and overall contribution to the society, politics, culture, or any field they were involved in. A leader's legacy can be positive or negative, depending on the outcomes of of the leadership. The participants would be given 2 minutes to think on the topic. I would repeat the name of the participants again. Shruti Sinha, Lakshanya, VVS Mohan Krishna, and Leena Goyal. Your time starts now.
Okay, participants, one more thing that your camera should be on when you're speaking to us because we will be also giving you marks on your facial expressions and the way how you put your points. Okay.
Okay, participants, your time is over. Any one of you would voluntarily come forward? Like, would you volunteer to come forward and give your speech on this? All right, Lakshanya. You may go. You may proceed now.
Evening, am I audible?
Oh yes, you are.
Okay, let me begin. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Very good evening to my esteemed judges, Team Synapse, Team IIT and BS, and to everyone gathered here. Today, I deem it an immense privilege to be part of this extempore competition and to share a few words about the legacy of my favorite historical leader. Without further ado, let me plunge right into the topic. My favorite leader is Swami Vivekananda. Well, he needs no introduction. Born Narendranath Datta on 12th January 1963 in Calcutta, India, Swami Vivekananda is an Indian monk, philosopher, author, religious teacher, and disciple of the famed Indian mystic Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. Now, let me tell you why I chose to talk about him as one of my favorite leaders. My first introduction to this person called Swami Vivekananda happened through a certain story which my grandfather used to narrate to me often in my childhood. He often used to tell me that Swami Vivekananda was an ardent, loyal disciple of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and that he became extremely famous after a certain speech he gave in a parliament in Chicago, which he started by saying, "Sisters and brothers of America." Now, at that point, it made me wonder what is so special about this line, because from an early age, we're all taught in the pledge to say, "All Indians are my brothers and sisters." And Swami Vivekananda, being an Indian, although he was in America at that point, happened to say the same thing. But then I realized, in a society where everyone uses the words ladies and gentlemen, him using the word sisters and brothers is not simply a symbol of his Indianness, his pride in his Indian roots, but also symbolizes universal fraternity and brotherhood. "Sisters and brothers of America," he began, and he went on to talk not only about the religion of Hinduism, which he actually represented, but also about the religion of universal humanity, fraternity, and brotherhood. He has also been a key figure in the introduction of Vedanta and yogic principles in India. He also founded the Ramakrishna Mutt in India, which provides religious training to monks and other similar services. His birthday is celebrated as the National Youth Day in India. He is a huge inspiration to the youth and to everyone of society in general, not only in the sense that he was a monk, a spiritual person, an ascetic, but in the sense that he had a calm, composed demeanor, which most of us do not possess in today's time. I remember one story which my grandfather often used to tell me about Vivekananda, which I'd like to quickly narrate here. He was once being chased by a group of monkeys in a forest. He continued to run and run and run, and the monkeys chased him. And at one point, he saw a stranger coming across him who told him, "Face the brutes." Vivekananda stood still, he turned around and just looked at the monkeys. He gave a fixed stare, no words, no weapons, he didn't throw a stone or anything. Just looked at them and the monkeys left. And how I interpret this story is that as human beings, we have a natural tendency to run away from any unpleasantness, anything that's out of our comfort zone. The moment you stand, you take a stand and you decide to face your fears, you overcome them. That's it. That's all there is to it. So that's one way in which Vivekananda has always proved to be someone whose philosophies I greatly follow and admire. My favorite words of his are, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached." With that, I'd like to wind up my speech about my favorite leader. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lakshanya. That was a wonderful speech. Over to you, judges. Would you like to ask a question?
Okay, Lakshanya. What is Swami Vivekananda's real name?
Narendranath Datta.
Very good. How did he influence the Indian independence movement? You're not audible, Lakshanya. Your mic is off.
Sorry, I'm not very sure about it.
Okay. Vignesh, you can ask.
Okay. Can you elaborate a bit on his theological beliefs and views?
He was a great believer of Vedanta and yogic principles. Spiritually, he was a Hindu, but he believed more in the basic principles of brotherhood, universal fraternity, and equality more than practicing rituals or idol worship or worshipping deities.
Okay. Was he a believer of Advaita Vedanta or Dvaita Vedanta?
Sorry, I'm not very sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, can you tell me that what was his guru's name and where is his mutt located?
His guru was Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, who was also a very famed mystic and a monk. The Ramakrishna Mutt is located in Chennai.
Where?
Chennai.
Okay.
Thank you, Lakshanya. Thank you, judges. Would you have, do you have any other questions?
No. We can move on.
None from our side.
Okay. So, Shruti Sinha.
Completely. Am I audible?
Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah, I have a question for Lakshanya. So, as Lakshanya clearly stated the Chicago speech of Swami Vivekananda, Lakshanya, according to you, because I remember the entire speech, as I have heard it numerous amount of times, what was the conclusion that he derived from that speech? What was he actually trying to state to all the Americans present over there in that respective, auditorium?
Well, he went there representing the religion of Hinduism, and the point he tried to make was that Hindus, we are a religion who have provided refuge to all people of the world, at the Israelites, the Romans, anytime they have been attacked and sieged. So the message was of fraternity, brotherhood, peace, and humanity.
Perfectly stated. He basically stated how, his religion taught the world both the tolerance
Universal
and
peace,
universal
tolerance.
acceptance. Yeah, and he also focused on some facts of Vedantas and yogas at the same time, as you had already stated. That's all from my side. Samrit, you can proceed to the next participant.
Thank you.
Okay, Shruti Sinha, are you present there?
Yes. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and you are visible. You can go ahead now.
Okay. Good evening. I first of all want to thank you, the judges and the host, for giving me this opportunity to speak on my favorite leader, historical leader. And one thing I want to say that I want to apologize in advance because I actually hurt my tongue today, and I might not be able to speak, pronounce all the words perfectly. So I apologize for that in advance. And
You don't
now,
have to.
now,
We will be judging your content, not your vocabulary. It's all right.
okay, thank you. So coming to the topic of the legacy of my favorite historical leader. So my favorite historical leader is B.R. Ambedkar. He was born into the oppressed and marginalized society, and he was discriminated from very start of his livelihood, but he did not get discouraged because of that. One story that I remember about him that my mom told me, and that really affected me in both good and bad ways, that was that when he was in his school, he was made to sit at different place from everybody. He was made to sit on ground. He was made to drink water from different what do you say, different place from where the other students used to drink water from. But he did not let that discourage him, and he studied with all his mind, and he was actually the first person to get a degree from school in his whole village. He went on to have a scholarship from the Maharaja of Baroda, that is Baroda State Scholarships. It was established by Sayaji Rao Gayakwad, and he went on to study in Columbia University. So this shows the best thing that I like about him is that he did not let any of the discrimination discourage him. And he further in his life, he fought for the Dalit community, and he has a very big role in uplifting their social status. He was the chairman of drafting committee, and he made sure that every part of society gets equal representation while making the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti, for giving your speech. Nidhi, Nesh, do you have any questions?
Okay, I would like to ask, uh, how did Ambedkar contribute to the independence movement, either via his participation or through his leadership?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How did Ambedkar participate in the independence movement? How did he contribute to it?
I'm sorry, I don't really have a very good answer about that. But he fought British, and along with that, he also made sure that every community gets equal representation.
Okay. Can you elaborate upon his views on women's political representation?
Uh, I'm sorry, I'm not really aware of that.
Thank you. That will be all from my side. Nidhi?
Okay, so hi Shruti.
Hello.
So tell me, why did you choose B.R. Ambedkar as the person of your favorite historical leader? Why did you choose him?
I actually chose him because of his views on equality of every sector of the society, and his role in uplifting the marginalized societies, uh, making sure that the Dalits get equal representation in like elections. They have a like reservation for education.
Okay.
Also get educated without any discrimination. And also they have reservation in elect constituencies for voting.
Apart from reservation, tell me two more things that Dr. Ambedkar did for this nation.
He was the chairman of the drafting committee of the
Yes.
Constitution. And I'm sorry, that's
Okay,
all.
that's all. That's all then. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I would like to add to both of the judges is, as you, Shruti, as you clearly expressed how Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar has played a vital role in the Indian independence struggle. So can you state his views on Buddhism, if you have any idea of how he was related to Buddhism?
Yes, I think he converted his religion to Buddhism. And he thought that, I think the reason was because of like the equal, like everyone who follows Buddhism is equal. There is no caste system in that. I think that's why he started following Buddhism.
Okay, I like the point that you stated. He converted himself into Buddhism. To answer my question for everyone's knowledge, in 1950, as far as I remember, he went to Sri Lanka, a city named as Ceylon or something. I don't know the accurate pronunciation. And he attended the World Fellowship Buddhists organization. Okay, so there he interacted with fellow Buddhist monks and he was very influenced by the religion of Buddhism. That was the main reason in 1956 or 1958, around that. He published a book which was named as the Buddha and his Dhamma. I don't know the accurate pronunciation again. And he converted his religion to Buddhism. So yeah, he had converted his religion to Buddhism in 1956 or 1958, if I'm not wrong. That's all from my side. Yeah, Samriddhi, you can proceed.
Okay, I would like to call upon the next participant, Mohan Krishna sir. Sir, are you there? I think he is not present in the meet. So I would proceed to the next participant we have, that is Leena Goyal.
Yes, am I audible?
Oh, yes, you are.
Okay, so let me turn my camera on. Okay, am I visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so first of all, many thanks for this opportunity and selecting me, because I didn't even fill the form, but still you gave me this chance. I'm very happy. So, okay, so my topic is the legacy of my favorite historical leader. So I would like to choose Nelson Mandela here, because first of all, I have been influenced by him as I read about him in my high school. And we talked a lot, we read a lot about him. Like we read a portion of his autobiography where he mentioned a very nice thing that I still remember. It was in the lines that when he was a young child, he used to believe that freely moving in the fields and freely talking with your friends and freely having fun outside your home is considered freedom. When he was a young kid, that's what all freedom meant to him. However, when he grew younger and realized the situation of his country and how the blacks were ruthlessly being discriminated against, he realized that the meaning of the freedom is completely different. That really had an impact on him, like how the whites in the country, who are in minority though, but still are taking over the blacks and like a very discriminating against them in all aspects of life, economically, socially, and also other aspects in life. It was really hurtful. It was really hurtful for him, and he really wanted to do something bigger for his country. That's how he got involved with the ANC, that is the African National Congress, for which he wanted to become a part of, a politically active part of, and wanted to take the apartheid system out of his country. And one more reason that I use the example of Nelson Mandela as my favorite historical leader is because he was not just politically a historically good leader. He was also very valued individual in my books, because even when he successfully managed to put the apartheid in his country to an end and became the president, he really did a lot for his country, from providing democratically very stable system to his country, to bringing the apartheid system to end, to providing equal opportunities to all of the members of his society. But even after he voluntarily ended his presidentship in his country, he still was very, very actively involved in uplifting his society. He was involved with the anti-AIDS and anti-HIV communities, so that because he really wanted the African community to get uplifted and benefit from all of the services that he can provide for them. So I really like Nelson Mandela's philosophy on life as well. Even though the whites really discriminated against the blacks community, he still posited this idea of forgiveness and compassion to his people, not of hate and having some malice in their hearts of the people, because he was really an advocate of growth, of progress, and of providing equal opportunities to all. And that is the idea I really, really resonate with. And that is also one of the reasons that he came across as an international leader and not just a national leader. And that's also why we celebrate 18th July as the Nelson Mandela's Day in the world, because he really, really is becoming a global leader through his very individually inclusive thoughts and principles. So that's why I think that Nelson Mandela is really a figure to look upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Leena. That was a very nice speech. Over to you, judges. Do you have any questions?
Vignesh, will you be going first?
Okay. So, Leena, can you elaborate upon the economic policies of Nelson Mandela when he took over the presidentship?
So I think I didn't really read much upon it, but I think that Nelson Mandela's approach was kind of socialist. He really wanted to uplift the society, because in a way providing social welfare, because the blacks have already been discriminated against for a long while, and they really need a push, a societal and state back push to uplift them, I think.
Okay. The second question would be, how do you view his relationship with the armed struggle?
Armed struggle. Okay, so I have read that he became an active member of a militant group in 1950s, for which he was arrested later as well for 30 years, and still he didn't give up to fight the anti-apartheid struggle for his country. But I have also heard that he has been influenced by Gandhi's ideology of satyagraha and non-violence. So it's possible that he might have changed his views later.
Thank you. That would be it from my side.
Thank you.
Okay, so hi, Leena. That was a nice speech. and you
you.
chose a different personality, which was also interesting. So tell me that were there any challenges which Nelson Mandela faced after becoming first Black president? If you
After
are
becoming-
aware.
So, okay, after becoming first Black president, so I think, like, personally, he must have faced the discrimination, first of all, from the whites minority, and for becoming the Black president. And also, societally, he must have faced the challenges of uplifting his very, very downtrodden community. Also, to break out this mental slavery, this mental slavery out of their minds. And economically, he must have faced very, very hard challenges to uplift his society in all aspects. Yes, definitely, he must have changed many challenges.
Okay, so how has his legacy influenced global efforts for peace and human rights all over the world? Like, what can we remember him for today? If you can elaborate on this.
Okay, so I would say that just as Gandhi is remembered for his nonviolence and like freedom struggle, Nelson Mandela must be remembered for his removing the anti-racial segments and the anti-sentiments from the society, and also for becoming a very influential figure amongst the blacks, for single-handedly trying to influence a very large section of the Black people to encourage them to go out and to seek out of this mental slavery that they have been conditioning with. And also, he has always promoted equality amongst all classes, caste, and religion, and basically equality and anti-racial sentiments. Yes.
Okay, that will be all. Thank you so much, Lina.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. I would like to proceed with my question for Lina. Lina, as you stated Nelson Mandela as your favorite historical leader, can you please give your take on his political ideology in a few sentences?
Political ideology. So, just as I said, I think his political ideology must be, first of all, providing stable and a stable democratic political structure in his country, because he has been a part of a very discriminatory system of politics. So he must wanted to have a political structure where there is equality, representation for all, and like equal opportunity of participation for all. Yeah.
What I want to add to your answer is, as you stated, that was one of his ideologies. Apart from the initial ideology against the discrimination, he was also a practical politician. Many of the politicians just focus on theories. He was practical. He used to create a narrative. He used to apply that in his country, in his political party. And that was the main, we can say, modus operandi of his political work. So thank you so much, Lina. That's all from my side.
Thank you.
Well, you brilliantly answered all the questions, Tina. Over to the next round. We have Ayush.
Yeah. Before proceeding to the next round, I'd like to request to all the participants to stay till the end, because as I have already stated in the rules, one participant, one orator from each round will be selected for another round at the end. So don't leave the stream, as any one of you can get selected. I'll proceed ahead with the next round, round 2. The participants of round 2 are Gaurang Jalan, Joham Chauhan, Vidhatri HR, and Danish Ansari. I hope all of them are present over here. And the topic for round 2 for these 4 participants is factionalism in Congress after Nehru's demise. So this is the topic for round 2. I'll repeat the participants again. Samriddhi, just move back the slide. Yeah, so the participants for round 2 are Gaurang Jalan, Joham Chauhan, Vidhatri HR, and Danish Ansari. And the topic has already been stated. You have 2 minutes to think. After that, any one of you can proceed ahead voluntarily and we move ahead with the rest of the participants.
Hello, sir.
Hello, yeah.
Sir, I have a question. How I can participate in any Synapse society?
Okay, so you can't participate in this elocution competition as of now because it has this is the finale round. But to be the member, we have a Google form. Is Keshwa over here? Okay, Keshwa, just do one thing. I can see Keshwa. Keshwa, just roll out the link of the Google registration form in the chat section of this Zoom. Or Guru, even both of you can do it. Just roll out the Google registration form. So Deepshikha, just fill the Google form if you have student email ID, and you will be the member of Synapse Society, and you will get all the updates of the recent events.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
For all the participants of the round 2, I just would like to state the rules once again in short. You have 5 minutes to speak. You'll be asked a few questions by the judges, and of course, the language of communication is English. Okay, so we are up with the preparation time. If any one of you from round 2 has to go ahead voluntarily, he or she can proceed ahead, or I'll call one by one.
Can you please show the names again?
The names for round 2 are Gaurang Jalan, Joham Chauhan, Vidhatri HR, and Danish Ansari.
Sir, for different groups, you have different topics, sir.
Yeah, we have different topics for every different group.
My name is Ram Prasad, please. PS, which group I am? That will be
You will
announced
get
later.
to know. You might be in group. You might be in group 4 or 5. You will get to know. I'll announce your name when your turn arrives.
Okay. Then before that, if a few minutes before, you'll give topic, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so from round 2, as the time to prepare has already over and no one is coming ahead voluntarily, I would like to invite Gaurang Jalan to proceed ahead with his speech. Gaurang, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, you can proceed ahead with your speech.
So, first of all, I would like to thank my judges and this IIT Madras platform for this wonderful opportunity. And moving on to the speech, factionalism in the Congress after Nehru's demise. I personally feel, okay, what if I tell you that for some bad incident or for some bad reason, your father is missing for the next of your life from today onwards. So that's what happened with the Congress. His father, the Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, suddenly, after his demise, left his hands over the party and and its anti-robber
Gaurang, just to ensure you aren't properly audible, so confirm your internet connection.
Oh, okay, sir.
If you want, you can start from the beginning again, but your internet connection is not proper. Okay, till the time he's, yeah, Gaurang, please proceed ahead. Yeah.
Am I good from my side now?
Yeah, it's clearly audible, but just ensure it stays audible throughout the entire time.
So, first of all, I would like to thank IIT Madras and the dear judges to give me this wonderful opportunity. As of the topic of factionalism after Nehru's demise in the Congress, what if I tell you that from tomorrow onwards, your father will no longer be able to help you with your career or with your livelihood or support your family? That's what happened when Nehru suddenly left us. Within all the disrupts and and incongruities of a newly independent nation. After the demise of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, many disputes and different cultural thoughts negatively impacted our, our system of cooperation and fairness in this Congress their, and the robustness and mosaic of different cultures and ideas led to several conflicts and arguments over the upcoming constitution and its rule that will lead the nation ahead. It's not very hard to remember all those negatives after the the disrupts over fundamental equalities and the fundamental and the rules that respect everyone's culture and diversity in a such vast nation at the same time. Nehru's demise was also a shock to the nation due to the time which allowed him to go from his leadership, which allowed him to leave his leadership. And it's not at all, and in my opinion, if he if his leadership was, if Congress was under his leadership at that time, many results and many factors that lead our nation would be different and positive. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurang. I would like to move ahead to judges. If Nidhi and Vignesh have to ask something.
Vignesh will ask first.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are audible.
Can you tell something about the syndicate and its role in the appointment of Lal Bahadur Shastri firstly and then Indira Gandhi next as the Prime Minister?
Sorry, sir, I have no idea about that.
Okay. How did factionalism in the Congress contribute to the split in Congress later on?
Within the Congress party, that factionalism created different groups which had different cultures, different ideologies towards the upcoming lead of their nation. Yes, sir.
Okay, that will be all from my side.
So, hi, Gaurang. Okay, are you aware of the two major factions that were created after Nehru's demise in the Congress party?
Can you repeat your question, please?
The two major factions that were created in the Congress party after Nehru's demise, are you aware of them?
Sorry, I am not aware of that.
Okay, so just that you know that one faction was supporting Indira Gandhi and the other was against Indira Gandhi as the true heir to the Congress party. Okay,
Thank you.
I think that will be all from my end as well.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you, Gaurang. I'll proceed ahead with the next participant. I would like to invite Joham Chauhan on the stage. If Joham, you are there? Yeah, I can see.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, and can you see me?
Yes, you're visible as well.
Okay, great, thank you. So a very good evening to all my fellow members, our esteemed guests, and the Synapse Society members. So as the topic says, factionalism in Congress party after Nehru's demise. So as all of us know that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was a very prominent leader within the times where India was facing a lot of discrepancy because of the British. He was, in fact, one of the most renowned leaders when it comes to speaking about the independence of India. And therefore, after his death, there were many factionalism, there were many fluxes within the Congress party, and there were some primary reasons for them. The first one being leadership. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, from his school time, was a very charismatic personality. And as he grew up, he became a very important leader for every one of us. And especially as he had contributed a lot to the Indian society in terms of independence. Therefore, people loved him and respected his orders and his decisions. But after his death, what happened was there was a major there was a major fight within the members of the Congress party as to who should be the next leader because there was no charismatic personality like his in the remaining group. So everyone wanted to be sitting on that chair of of our honored Mr. Nehru. But the main problem was not yet arrived. The second major problem was that now the members of the society wanted the Congress party to rule according to them. As we all know that India has a diverse culture, so everyone wanted to have their own region as superior and their own laws to be followed for the Congress party. This was the second major problem which led to differentiation in the thoughts of the members. The third very important point was about the aspirations, the personality aspirations. There were many people on the Congress party itself who were very popular and who were very renowned. However, their ideas were very narrowed. They either promoted casteism, which was again something which our beloved Nehru, Pandit Nehru avoided, but they wanted to bring in these factors back to the party. So, keeping in mind all these factors, there was a major dispute between all the members of the Congress party. So the Indian National Congress, as we refer to it, was finally splitted and Indira Gandhi was appointed as the next leader. I would also like to bring your focus to the points which were important when Nehru was a leader. So when our Prime Minister was Nehru, he focused on several points like women empowerment and education right for all and the abolition of untouchability. But when Indira Gandhi came into place, she did consider all of these points, but not to that great extent, which was considered by our Pandit Nehru. And therefore, what happened as a result that she was not loved by most of the members of the Congress party. Though she was up till now, if we recall the history, up till now she was the best leader after Pandit Nehru, but some of her decisions were not in line with our Pandit Nehru's decision. And therefore, finally, Congress had to face this this sad split, and yeah, finally the party did divide into different groups due to you know differences in thoughts, opinions, and decisions. So yeah, thank you so much for bearing with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joham. That was an amazing speech. I would like to move ahead to the judges if they have to ask something to Joham.
Okay. The first question would be, how did Indira Gandhi become the prime minister? What were the events leading up to it?
As far as I remember, the major problem was that, as I said, there was not a prominent leader after Nehru. So therefore, I think it was the very point that comes to my mind, that it was because of the personality and her thoughts that were inclined towards women empowerment and education. I think these were the two major reasons.
Why did the regional leaders of the Congress prefer Indira Gandhi over Morarji Desai?
I'm really sorry, I don't have any clue about that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. That will be it from my side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so hi Rohan.
Hi, hello.
So if you were a member of the Congress party at that time,
Okay.
which faction would you have chosen? Indira Gandhi's, because it would have been a feminist choice, or the other faction which would have given chance of prime minister to a more experienced leader, because they felt that Indira Gandhi was still young. So tell me, who would you have chosen?
I feel that I would certainly go with Indira Gandhi. The reason being, even after many, successful attempts of Pandit Nehru towards women empowerment, there had to be a lot of work that needs to be done in the field of feminism and to empower women. And I think that is a work which even needs to be done today in India, especially for the rights of education of young girls. So I think that experience would work, but at that moment in time where the flame of women empowerment had already been lit by Pandit Nehru, it would be better that Indira Gandhi would continue with the feminism rights so that it would finally grow into a big spark and then a fire altogether.
Okay, that will be all, Johan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. What I want to ask to Joham is, what do you think was the difference in political ideologies of Nehru during his reign and the change in the political ideologies after his tenure when Lal Bahadur Shastri was elected?
Sorry, what was the?
What was the actual difference in the political ideologies during Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's reign and after his tenure? There was a huge difference. There was a huge change in the ideologies that Indian National Congress focused on after his tenure. So what was the change according to you?
I think that the major change was about the independence, right? Because Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was a leader who had been working even before independence and even post independence. And Lal Bahadur Shastri was elected after that. So I think that the major portion that would be removed from our vision is that we had actually achieved independence. So the political view might have changed from gaining independence to more of focusing towards the progress of the country, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, what I feel is, after Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's tenure, the Indian National Congress under Lal Bahadur Shastri primarily focused on farming, and they brought up so many revolutions in the country, which increased the farming capacity of our country. That was the main change, is what I feel. There were many other changes, but this was the primary change. Now, apart from this question, what I would like to ask is, apart from Jawaharlal Nehru, and apart from Indira Gandhi, of course, as you already stated, answering to Nidhi, which Congress leader do you like the most for his ideology and why?
I would go with Rahul Gandhi. And
What is the reason?
Yeah.
Like, if you can state the reason. Yeah.
The reason being that, as I feel that during his time, there was not a big issue of casteism and racism. That's what I feel. And the very prominent reason would be that he had followed the footsteps of Indira Gandhi. So, as I told that, I would obviously go with Indira Gandhi, and since his son had followed the same footsteps, the same guidelines, so therefore I would even go with him as a good leader.
Okay, that was a nice answer, Johan. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to move ahead to the next participant. I would like to invite Vidhatri HR.
Speech mode, please. Speech mode, talk.
Vidhatri, are you there? Let me check once. Okay, I guess Vidhatri is absent for today. No issues. I'll move ahead with the next participant. I would like to invite Danish Ansari for this round.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Danish. Yes, you're clearly audible.
Visible also? So,
Yes, you are visible.
so good evening everyone today, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And when unfortunate demise of after Nehru's death, we observed Lal Bahadur Shastri as our PM, but despite of so much uncertainties in his reign, just because of foreign conspiracies and Indo-Pak wars and many internal issues, just like fuel prices and all, and despite his revolution of despite his steps on white revolution, he was not he was not appointed prime minister for a longer time. But after that, Congress divided in two sectors, Congress O and Congress R. Especially Congress O was led by Indira Gandhi, and Indira Gandhi was just Indira Gandhi was a face of a Nehru. She was trying to face of a Nehru and for the whole party. And whereas Kamaraja, he was a guy who has a huge control, especially in South Indian states. So, despite having a South Indian states, but Carter, main all regional activists were just supporting Indira Gandhi. So she won and became the PM. And this was the major reason because as Kamaraja's plan was just focused on South, he was a especially known leader in South Indian, especially four states. But Indira Gandhi was, we can say, she was a face of after Nehru, and maybe it can be said it is a product of nepotism, but that's fact. And she was termed as a lady that she will bind the whole Congress as a one, whereas K. Kamaraja and Morarji Desai were not famous as Indira Gandhi. And so after Nehru's death, we experienced that split, and after that, Congress led by Indira Gandhi, that faction of Congress which led by Indira Gandhi came into the power, and after that they just implemented emergency. So the other section which of Congress led by Morarji Desai combined with other parties just like Janata Party and all, and we all know about after what happened after emergency, that Indira Gandhi lost elections. So this is all about fractionalism of Congress after Nehru's demise.
Thank you so much, Danish. I would like to call judges.
Okay, how was the 1969 presidential elections responsible as a sort of climax to the split in Congress?
I am not sure, but that 1969 elections were the phase when maybe I'm not historical correct. Maybe when Zakir Hussain died, if I am not wrong. And so Zakir Hussain, so the major section of a Congress party took one guy, I don't know the name, for Congress for being the president, but Indira Gandhi wants another guy to become the president. So that also became a point for them to separate.
Okay.
Please, I want to confirm that I stated that wrong or right about Zakir. Mr. Zakir
Okay,
Hussain.
I'll tell that later.
Okay.
what were the major ideologies in the Janata Party?
Janta Party was right-leaning party. They were more focused on cultures and deep values of our country, just like religious identities and more about culture and heritage of especially the born religions, just like Hinduism, Sikhism, Buddhism, and Jainism. These were the major ideologies of Janta Party.
Okay. Did the communists support the Janata Party? If yes, why?
I'm not sure about that communists supported or not, but maybe yes, if they supported, just because they have ideological differences with the Congress, as Congress was just doing capitalization with the whole country, just capitalization of the banks and all.
Okay. That will be all from my side. Nidhi?
No, I don't think I want to ask anything right now.
Okay.
Your speech was nice, Danish.
Yes. Thank you, Nidhi. To answer your previous question, yes, you are correct. When like after Zakir Hussain, there were presidential elections in 1969, wherein the Vice President VV Giri participated. Like he contested to become the president. The old guard wanted the Neelama Sanjeev Reddy, who was a member of the old guard, to be the president, but Indira Gandhi wanted VV Giri. VV Giri eventually won, and that led to the proper schism, and it became into two parts: Congress O, Congress I, and later Congress R.
Yeah, thank you so much, judges. What I want to ask to Danish is basically this might be a controversial question. I just want to know your take on this. What are your views on the Congress leaders being murdered? Their demise. Like for example, to state a few, Lal Bahadur Shastri's demise in Tashkent or Indira Gandhi's demise. So, what are your take on what are your views on this?
I can comment on Indira Gandhi's demise because I don't know about Lal Bahadur Shastri's demise properly. But my view is that yes, everybody has bad apples, but we can proudly say that Indira Gandhi was a prime minister who was literally a iron lady. So she stood up for the whole country after the Khalistani movement was on rise. So her her braveness just tried to she only tried that our country should not split in any other part just because of her religion, and her take on the partition of East Pakistan and West Pakistan also. So she was a lady that she used to take tough decisions, and they are very good decisions, which just because of those decisions we are really become we have today now we have become a good country and as a united country.
Yeah, thank you so much, Danish.
Thank
For
you.
the next round, I would like to hand over the mic to Samriddhi.
Okay, so the round three, I would like to call upon Soham Mandal, Asmita Dwivedi, Chhatrapal Singh Rathore, and Vishal Singh. Your topic is Geography of Earth and Mysterious Phenomena. I would once again repeat the participants of this round: Soham Mandal, Asmita Dwivedi, Chhatrapal Singh Rathore, and Vishal Singh. The study of Earth's geography is a captivating exploration of the planet's diverse and dynamic features, from towering mountains to vast oceans, from lush forests to arid deserts. The Earth's landscapes are a testament to the forces of nature and the passage of time. In addition to the well-known geographical features, our planet is also home to numerous mysterious phenomena that continue to captivate our imaginations. These enigmatic occurrences challenge our understanding of the natural world and have inspired scientific curiosity, cultural legends, and even sparked debates about the unknown. The participants would be given 2 minutes to think on this topic. Your time starts now.
Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to add an answer to Danish's question that I had asked, as he didn't know about the Lal Bahadur Shastri's demise. So you can refer two books. I remember the names. The first one is Who Killed Shastri, and the second one is Your Prime Minister is Dead. These two books are available everywhere on the internet. You can refer these two books, and the clear history of Lal Bahadur Shastri has been depicted, in India and in Tashkent as well. So you definitely can refer those books.
Also, if you have not watched the movie Tashkent Files, you should definitely watch it. It's a really good
Yeah,
movie
it is
about
also
the
an,
topic.
it is actually based on the book, Who
Yes,
Killed Your Prime
yes.
Minister. Yeah.
So if you are not having time for the book, you can watch that movie.
Okay, so your time is up. Any of the participants would like to volunteer to go first? Since no one is coming up, Asmita, I request you to go and give your speech on this.
I'm really sorry, but can I get some more time?
Okay.
Thank you.
Chhatrapal Singh Rathore.
If possible, can I also get a minute or so more?
Vishal Singh, are you there? Vishal Singh.
Audible?
Yes, you are audible and you are visible.
Samriddhi,
Yes.
we were thinking as this topic is a bit tricky, we can allot 5 more minutes to the participants if it is possible.
5 minutes. I can give 2 more minutes.
Or yeah,
Like
3
it's-
minutes. Okay.
3. Okay,
Mhm.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Samriddhi. Participants, you have 3 minutes. Use them well, and we are waiting for your responses.
I think Samriddhi, you can proceed ahead with the participants because it already has been a while.
All right. Would anyone like to volunteer? Uh, okay. Chhatrapal Singh Rathore, are you there?
Yeah, am I audible?
Are you ready for it?
Sorry.
Are you ready for the speech?
Okay, I'll
Yes,
go
sir.
forward. Am I visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chhatrapal, and today the topic I'm going to talk about on is geography of Earth and the mysterious phenomena which are experienced. So, first of all, the Earth, as we know, it's 4.6 billion years old, and currently it has 7 continents, and 71% of it is occupied by water, and the remaining is the whatever is left is the landmass present on Earth. And the Earth's geography contains different types of features, from mountains to rivers, mountain ranges like Himalaya, which is situated much closer to the equator than many of the other ranges. Then we have many ranges around the continents. Apart from that, we have river systems, we have tropical forests and temperate forests and deciduous forest if present. And apart from that, when we talk about other features, the Earth's geography also includes abundance of ice structures, very cold climate structures and tundras around the poles and Greenland, and also in the continent of Antarctica, which is completely structured with ice and in some places arid desert. And apart apart from this, when we talk about the mysterious phenomena which people have observed and which fascinate them, one of them would be the Northern Lights. These have been fascinating humans from a long time. Many thousands of people flock to the areas near the poles, especially the Nordic countries, every year to witness this phenomenon, where it's because of the cause due to the ionization of gases in the atmosphere. Apart from that, the seas particularly have been home to a lot of mysterious phenomena from a long time. The sea routes, the people on the sea routes were already very less familiar with the terrains of sea, the features of the sea, and we still aren't very familiar with the features of sea. The sea geography is completely very less studied, I must say. And some of the prominent ones could be said Bermuda Triangle is a big example of this, and it has been puzzling everyone from decades. And we do not still know the exact cause, but we do have some evidences to what might be the reason. And apart from that, there's a similar Devil's Triangle near Japan. We have the Mariana Trench near the Australia and New Zealand, and which is also the deepest point on Earth. And we still do not know very much about it, and we are still exploring that part. The seas already also have a lot more and many more such phenomena which are completely uh, unfamiliar to us. Apart from that, there have been a lot, but these are all the phenomena I can recall at the moment to present to you. And this is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech, Chhatrapal. So, judges, do you have any questions for them?
Yes. Hi, Chhatrapal.
Hello.
So you're talking about different climates in your speech. Okay, can you tell me two types of forest that are found in India? Any two types of forest, because India is a huge land and there are different types of forests that are found in this climate. So just give me two examples and the areas where they are found.
We have temperate forests,
Where?
which are present in the Western Ghats is one example of it, if I recall correctly. And then we have deciduous forests,
Yes,
which are, if I remember, I don't recall the places that have this type of forest, but this is also the one that is present in India.
okay, another question. How has geography of this nation affected the cultural phenomenon? How has geography of India affected its culture?
Geography of India, I must say, has been one of the deciding factors in the India after independence. For one reason, the northeast area, it has a different geography than the majority of the India, and in such a situation, it has also led to it being sidelined in most of the policies of India, and has also seen less of development. And the Kashmir region, which is mostly situated at a very high altitude and is already sort of blocked from the mainland, has also seen a very slow progress, and the culture especially has been starkly different from what it is present in the whole of India. With the people there at present, also most of the people there proclaiming themselves as completely different than what Indians are.
Okay. Vignesh, you want to ask something?
Okay. Can you elaborate on the coral reefs that are present in Australia?
Okay, so the Great Barrier Reef is one of the examples I remember, and it is also the biggest coral reef structure in the world. And these are, if I remember correct, these are polyps uh, which which constitute this reef, and in the current times they have been very deeply affected by the sea pollution and also air pollution to an extent, and are dying at the moment, and need a great step towards immediate step for the restoration of these reefs. And also these are very important biological ecosystem, and they provide home to a lot of animals, marine animals, and they foster marine life. And because
Okay,
of
that
their
will be it.
demise,
Sorry to interrupt. That will be it. Moving over to the moderators, hosts.
Ayush, do you have any questions for them?
Yeah. I do have one question, a single, I just want to know your take on this particular point as it relates to our geography and to our culture as well. What are your views on because it's a mysterious phenomena as well, what are your views on the Ram Setu Bridge? In a short, because we are short of time.
okay, the Ram Setu Bridge is, I must say, is a very important structure, and I think it must be preserved, whether it is because of the religious importance or the geographical importance. It does have a significant link with Sri Lanka, and it is nature's marvel, and it must definitely be preserved and thought to be more of a nature's marvel than as a symbol of religion, basically, that would help in maintaining it.
We actually know that it is linked to our culture, to our history, but geographically, as the topic is related to geography, how do you think Ram Setu plays a vital role in Indian and in Sri Lankan and the Indian Ocean's geography as well?
I'm not very sure of the geographical benefits it poses, but the limestone it is made of limestone, which itself could be said to be a marvel because of the less limestone present in the immediate areas, and should be seen as a marvel and hence preserved, I guess. I'm not sure of the immediate benefits it provides at the moment.
Okay. That's all from my side. Samriti, you can proceed ahead.
Okay, so I would like to call upon the next participant, that is Soham Mandal.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, just turn your camera a little bit down.
Okay.
We can
Yes.
see your AC.
Yes, now you are visible.
Okay. I am Soham Mandal, and today I would like to present my views on the topic geography of Earth and mysterious phenomena. So, geography, the word geo is present in it. It means Earth. So, which phenomena has not captivated the interest of the human mind? Now, we have, for the most part, stayed on the Earth. Now, since we stayed on Earth, we can only relate with the geographical features of the Earth. These phenomena were mysterious from time immemorial. We have associated these phenomena with gods and with many other things. From the time of the Renaissance, we have learned that these happen due to various forces of nature. These include the movement of tectonic plates, also the monsoon patterns, the Farrell's law, and many other factors contribute to it. And as for the waters, I can explain the amount of knowledge we have gained about waters by only just one statement. Only 3 people have reached the bottom of the Mariana Trench, but 12 people have reached the moon. This proves that we know very little about the waters when compared to interstellar space. Geography of Earth has played a vital role in the geography of Earth has played a vital role in the movement of plants and animals from one plate to another. These plates were earlier together and as a form of a giant continent called Pangaea. They all separated a few million years ago, and now they are in the form we see today. There are a few mysterious phenomena that still exist today. These include the Bermuda Triangle and something called ball lightning, which occurs when the balls of light are seen during thunder. Also, the aurora borealis and the aurora australis have captivated the human mind for a long time. The geography of Earth, we can only understand the Earth. It is the only thing that could be understood by us for a very long time. It is true that now we can go to Mars and map the surface of Mars, but map the surface of the moon, but we have still not yet mapped the surface of the Earth. It has still many mysteries to be uncovered. The Bermuda Triangle is one such mystery. And as I told, the ball lightning is also one such mystery. There are instances of, there are many urban legends which state that monsters have been found in the sea. This is one of the effects of the lack of knowledge we have about the Earth. If we improve our knowledge about the Earth, we can improve our crops and everything, all the lifestyle, and understand our Earth better. I would like to conclude here. Thank you.
That was a brilliant speech. Over to the judges. You have questions with it?
Yes. So, can you name one climate zone of Earth and explain its features?
Tropical climate zone. Its features are great dense forests like the Amazon and in the African Congo area where the canopies of trees are formed. Such forests were also found in India, but after habitation by the people, they were removed by the people. Now these tropical forests are found only in parts of Kerala, and tropical climate zone hosts variety of wildlife from small insects to large animals, including elephants.
Okay, that will be all from my side. Over to Nidhi.
Okay, so Soham, you were talking about Bermuda Triangle. Where is it located?
In the North Atlantic Ocean, near Miami and near the Bermuda Islands.
Do you think that some events that have said to be occur in Bermuda Triangle are fictional or exaggerated?
They are mostly exaggerated as per my thought, because a lot of ships and planes go through the area, so it is natural that there is a higher chance of some accident in that area. It is my thought that it is mostly fictional and an urban legend.
And do you think that US Coast Guard and other maritime agencies play some role in addressing the incidents in Bermuda Triangle?
Yes, they do, because the lack of transparency in their work conveys to the people that something is going on. If they are more transparent, then these urban legends would not have occurred.
Okay, thank you. That will be all.
Thank you.
Soham, what I want to ask to you is, according to you, what do you think? What role does aerosciences, the space sciences, play in understanding the geography of Earth?
Everything from the environment to mapping the Earth, it has played a vital role. Now we can sit here and find out the shortest route to a destination 1,000 kilometers away. This is one of the very small examples, from climate prediction to everything. It helps in the growth of crops and many such things.
Okay, I mean, you're trying to just relate how helpful it has been, but can you state some of the disadvantages that aerosciences have had on the geography of Earth?
The primary disadvantage is some countries are trying to use it to their advantage by setting up metallurgical observatories where they can change the weather and climate patterns. Also the presence of more and more aeroplanes it does not affect much, but I can say that it affects the weather up there. I mean the presence of a lot of aeroplanes in the area.
Okay, I got your point, what you're actually trying to say. And as you answered, Nidhi, about your take on the Bermuda Triangle, I completely respect your point of view. It might be fictional in some cases, but as I have read some articles and some encyclopedias and watched a few videos on YouTube and other platforms, what I feel is Bermuda Triangle is basically an area with high gravitational and high magnetic field at the same time. That might be the primary reason why most of the airplanes, why most of the ships disappear in that region. Some of the cases might be, I don't disagree, but not completely fictional. Okay, it is real at some extent. It's a mysterious phenomena where the mystery is covered here. So yeah, that's all from my side. All of you, Samriddhi.
Hello.
Yes, Tanvi.
Yeah. So hi everyone. I just like to add to this topic which is being discussed. Just another
Sure,
point. Earlier, I think Nidhi was asking about what is the relation between culture and geography, and on that, the participant had spoken, but I'd like to add a few things. That is, I think a lot of us have seen that. In general, what does the geography of a place mean? It's not to do only with the terrain and climate. Climate is one of the most important things that determines how a place is and the environment is, and human settlements around that place is based on the climatic conditions of that place. And humans are very adaptable. Humans adapt in every possible place on earth. So if we could take the examples of Sahara, for example, if we have seen the timeline of Earth's changes, major climatic change events which happened on Earth, around 8 times there have been warmer and colder events on Earth. Like 20,000 years ago, we had the Ice Age, and then Earth began to get warmer and warmer, and like that, there have been 8 such events which happened, massive events on Earth. We also know about the intercontinental bridge between what we consider the Americas to what is Siberia. And we also know how people, what we consider as Native Americans, have a very close relationship genetically to the people of Siberia. And people from Siberia populated areas across Eastern Asia. So even by their looks, they do bear some similarities, but also humans tend to continue to adapt. That is one point. Second point is about cultural similarities. I don't think we are very distinct when it comes to Kashmir or Northeastern India. Culture, if we take across human history populating these lands, we would see that geography has a lot to do with how culture can find similarities. Like we've got this convergent, divergent evolution even in animals, right? So we've got how the evolution happens, divergent evolution happens in a completely isolated place like Australia, and we've got the Tasmanian wolf, and we've got some other different kind of animals here. We've got the marsupials, which evolved independently. They do also bear some similarities with other kind of species across the other parts of the planet, but they do bear similarities. How does that happen? That is due. It has a lot to do with the climate and geography. So taking that into account, if you see the cultural similarities, people living across mountainous regions, you would find them having headdresses. They wear a lot of headdresses. The food has a lot to do with the culture of a place.
Tanvi, we have to go further with the competition.
Yes. So I was asked. I was asked to speak on a little bit on this. So I just wanted to give my opinions. So yeah, sure. I would end
Thank
this.
you.
No, Tanvi, that was a really good answer, and I appreciate that you gave it. And I was kind of expecting an answer like that from the participant. Thank you so much, Tanvi.
Thank you, Tanvi.
Yeah,
But we are a
sure.
little short on time, right? We have to conclude
Yeah.
the
I understand.
Okay, so Soham, you brilliantly gave all the answers. I would like to call upon the next participant, that is Asmita Dwivedi. Asmita?
Yes.
Also, I would like to request all the participants to switch on their camera. The event would be more interactive rather than monotonic.
Can I start?
Okay,
Yes, you
sure.
may.
Okay.
Guys,
Good
switch on
evening.
your cameras. We will like to see your faces. Okay. And it will also help us to evaluate the participant.
So, good evening, everyone. I am Asmita. My topic for today is geography of Earth and mysterious phenomena. So, the geography of Earth refers to the study and understanding of the physical features, climate, and ecosystems of the planet. Being the fifth largest planet of the solar system and third nearest to the sun, it encompasses various elements such as landforms, water bodies, atmospheric conditions, and the interactions between them. So, what does the geography of Earth comprise of? We have continents and oceans. Earth's land masses are divided into 7 continents, and these continents are large areas that rise above the sea level. Earth's oceans are vast bodies of salt water that cover about 71% of the planet's surface. Some of the major oceans are the Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Southern Ocean, and the Arctic Ocean. There are different landforms and climate zones, ecosystems, which is a community of living organisms, including plants, animals, and microorganisms. There are several mysterious geographical phenomena on Earth that continue to challenge our understanding of the natural world. While some of these phenomena have been scientifically explained, others remain unexplained or subject to ongoing research and speculation. I'm going to talk about one such phenomena, the Bermuda Triangle. Well, talking about this feels repetitive now, but this phenomena has always catched my eye. So, section of the North Atlantic Ocean of North America, in which more than 50 ships and 20 airplanes are said to have mysteriously disappeared. The area, whose boundaries are not universally agreed upon, has a triangular shape that reaches approximately from the Atlantic coast of Florida to Bermuda, to the islands known as the Greater Antilles. Well, reports of unexplained occurrences in the region date to the mid-19th century. Some ships were discovered completely abandoned for no apparent reason. Others transmitted no distress signals and were never seen or heard again. Aircrafts have been reported and then vanished, and rescue missions are said to have vanished when flying in, and rescue missions are said to have vanished when flying in the area. However, wreckage has never been found. Also, William Shakespeare's play, The Tempest, which some scholars claim was based on a real-life Bermuda shipwreck, may have enhanced the area's aura of mystery. Well, nonetheless, reports of unexplained disappearances did not really capture the public's attention until the 20th century. Well, various theories have been proposed to explain the supposed disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. Well, some of the popular explanations include magnetic anomalies affecting navigation instruments, Well, apparently there's a very strong gravitational force present there, which I think kind of messes with the compasses on planes and ships, leading them to their disappearances. Also, rogue waves, methane hydrates causing explosions, and extraterrestrial abductions even. However, most of these theories lack scientific evidence and have been debunked by experts. Well, in conclusion, while the Bermuda Triangle has been associated with numerous tales of mysterious disappearances and paranormal phenomena, the scientific consensus indicates that there is no evidence to support the existence of any supernatural forces at play. The majority of the incidents can be explained by common natural occurrences and human factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita. Over to you, judges.
No questions from my side. Nidhi? Is Nidhi here?
Ayush, do you have any questions?
Okay, I guess maybe it's network issue. I shall ask Smita. Smita, that is an amazing explanation of the geography of globe
I'm
categorized.
sorry, you're
So
not
I want
properly
to ask that
audible.
Ayush, there's some network issue from your side as well. Okay, since neither of the others are present, I'll ask the question. Can you explain about some of the extremes in this continent? India is called a land of extremes.
Yeah.
Subcontinent, sorry, not continent. Subcontinent.
So India is a peninsula, and being near to the equator, it definitely has a like variety of climates. Like if you go in the southern region of India, there is tropical climate mostly. In the northern area, there are the Himalayas, which means that there is cold mostly in like all the months. If you go in the western or the eastern regions, there is again tropical climate, or you can say temperate, because you have the oceans and the seas present. So, and in the central region, it's more of like, it varies, like depending upon the season. So basically that.
Okay.
Because of different natural, things present, the climate varies.
Yes. Thank you. I
Am
think
I
we can.
audible now, by the way? Just to make it clear.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, and sorry for the interruption. I just have a network issue at my place due to the bad weather. So what I want to add to Asmita is, first of all, it was an amazing explanation of how the geography of globe is categorized. What I want to ask is, as the topic relates us with mysterious phenomena, what are your views on the Area 51 in USA?
Okay, I've definitely heard about it, but I'm not like uh, entirely sure. I think it's related to some extraterrestrial, reasons like aliens or something. I'm not exactly sure about it.
Okay, no issues. Basically, Area 51 is a region in USA which, as you already stated, is somehow related to the mysterious space activities. And for more reference, I would like to ask refer you a movie. It was basically a clip released a few years ago. It might be available on internet. It is named as Area 51. It was a clip of a few friends going inside the Area 51, and the clip was made public on many of the websites of Google. So you can just watch that clip. It will provide you lots and lots and lots of information of Area 51 in detail.
Sure, I'll look into that.
Sure. That's all from my side. Samrit, you can proceed ahead to the next participant.
Thank you.
Thanks, Asmita, for your speech. Now we would move forward to Vishal Singh.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I'll be speaking on the topic geography of Earth. Though geography was not one of my favorite subjects in high school, but it was geography that made picnic or year-end travels possible. Geography, as we all know, is a subject that studies Earth and various structures and phenomena and inhabitants of it. Various geographic structures are mountains, rivers, lakes, continents. There are 7 continents and 5 oceans. The geography has impacted the current geopolitics, economy, social life, and civilizational growth. The various geographic structures like mountains of Ural and river Nile has impacted lives of millions of people and has differently affected the people associated with the geography adjacent to it. The various mysterious structures are blood falls in Antarctica, frozen lake, frozen bubble, or the hidden lake in Mexico. That's all I would like to conclude.
Thank you, Vishal. Over to the judges. Do you have any questions for him?
No
Vineet?
question
Am I
from my side.
audible?
Oh,
Yes,
you
you're
are.
audible.
Okay. So, how do you see climate change?
I see climate change as very negative for Earth and our future generations. Though Paris Convention was signed, but no solid steps have been taken for its enactment by many countries, and the responsible countries also are not contributing to developing countries as they should. That's my view.
Okay. Yes, Ayush, you can go on. And if
No
Nidhi is
questions
present,
from my side. No questions
and
from my side as well.
okay, if Nidhi is present, I guess not. So we can move on to the next topic.
Thank you.
Okay, so quickly to summarize, the participant named some mysterious phenomena of the Earth, among others. This reminds us that despite our scientific advancements, there is still much to learn about the complexities of a planet. They stir our curiosity, spark our senses, and highlight the beauty and mystery that continue to exist within the natural world. The pursuit of understanding these mysteries drives scientific inquiry and enriches our appreciation for the vast and complex Earth we call home. Now we would proceed forward to the next round, round 4. Over to you, Ayush.
Yeah, thank you so much, Samriddhi. Just to make clear if I'm audible, perfectly audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you so much, Samriddhi. So we will proceed ahead to round 4. The participants of round 4, as you can see in the presentation, are Kumar Shanu. The second is Chandratapa Diwan. The third participant in round 4 is Vivek Agarwal. Fourth is Ishant Patel. And the last is Shriram R. These are the 5 participants who will be competing in round 4. And the topic for round 4 is teach a language. Now, in this topic, you basically have to, pick any stanza of any language, your mother tongue on any regional, any international language. You just have to teach that language. In English, of course, you have to teach that language. You can use the words of your mother tongue as well or any language which you are teaching.
Excuse me, I didn't get the format. Can you please explain it again?
Okay, I'll explain it again. For example, my mother tongue is Marathi. So what I'm supposed to do, if I'm the participant, what I'm supposed to do is to pick a stanza of Marathi and to teach it in English. That's what you are supposed to do. This will foster the translation and linguistic skills of all of the participants and the audience as well.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
If you do not have any stanza, you can explain like, what this particular word means in English, of course. You just have to teach that particular language in short, so that many of the people over here can improve their knowledge and even you can enhance your translation skills. The participants, I'll repeat them again. Kumar Shanu, Chandratapa Diwan, Vivek Agarwal, Ishant Patel, and Shriram R. These are the 5 participants for round 4.
The
You guys can
time,
prepare in 2 minutes.
yeah. I think we should give them 3. It's a bit lengthy topic.
Sure. You guys have 3 to 4 minutes. You can prepare, and I'll proceed ahead with the participants.
Sir, I didn't get that topic. Like we have to explain our native, mother tongue. Something.
No, it's not necessary to explain your mother tongue. The language which you're comfortable in. For example, I'm comfortable in Marathi, right? So what I'll do is I'll basically teach Marathi in English. Okay, in whichever language you're comfortable, it might be your mother tongue, it might be a regional language of India, it might be an international language. You just have to teach that language in English. This is what you're supposed to do. That's it.
All right.
You don't have to state the general knowledge. You don't have to state any facts. You just have to teach it.
All right.
Samriddhi, can you please move to the previous slide? Let me just note down the participants of this round. Yeah. Thank you, Samriddhi. You can move to the slide of the topic. And we have Nidhi as well. Nidhi had an internet issue at her place, so we are sorry for the interference.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, Ayush.
Yeah. Tell me.
I have a question. We have to teach a language through a poem, right? You said a stanza something.
Yeah, with whatever you're comfortable in. You can teach it normally. You can teach it via a poem or a stanza, in whichever way you're comfortable.
Okay.
Elaborating on the topic, what you guys are supposed to do, like you can, tell some basics of your respective language. Whatever language you will be teaching, just tell some basics. You guys can refer a stanza. You can translate it if you want to. You guys can refer a poem. You can translate it if you want to, or just state some grammatical, translations of that respective language. This is what you guys are supposed to do. We'll wait for 2 minutes, 2 more minutes, as this is a bit difficult and a vast topic. So yeah, we can wait for 2 minutes. Okay. So I think we can proceed ahead because I had given 4 minutes. If any one of you, if any of the participants for this particular round, if he or she wants to come ahead,
Shall I start?
just a second. Shriram, right?
Yes.
Yes, you can start.
A very warm greetings to everyone present here. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Synapse Society for giving me this opportunity. My mother tongue is basically Malayalam. I am a Malayalam guy, but I have been born and brought up in Tamil Nadu, so I would like to teach Tamil. I am very much familiar with Tamil rather than Malayalam because I have been born and brought up here. So I'm going to teach a poem called Atichudi. It is written by a famous woman poet of Tamil Nadu called Avvayar, and she is a very religious person and has written a lot of poems about Lord Muruga as well. If you are aware, he's a Tamil god, Lord Muruga. So this poem is actually taught to young children of basically the primary class. Like in English, we use A for apple. So to teach alphabets, we have these kind of words. No, it is actually a poem which teaches the 12 letters of the Tamil language. And all these have a sentence, and these sentences are like, how to say, teach a good habit which one should inculcate to become a better person. So I will go to the poem directly. This poem is called Atichudi. I repeat again, Atichudi, written by Avvaya. The first line goes like, Aram Seyya Virumbu. Aram here means good deeds. Seyya Virumbu, try to do it. So here they are saying it, have desire to do good deeds. The next sentence is, Aruvadu Sinam. Aruvadu means anger. And here they are saying, try to calm your anger. Don't get angry easily. The third sentence is Ivadu Karavel. Iyalvadu Karavel. I'm sorry. Iyalvadu Karavel, which means help others in any way you can. Always try to help others. And the fourth sentence is Ivadu Virakel, which actually means never stop others from doing something which they like. That is, we should not interfere in others' interest. That is what the fourth sentence means. The fifth sentence is Udaivadu Virambel. Udaivadu Virambel. I repeat, Udaivadu Virambel. This actually means never boast. That is, we people try to boast, never boast about what you have. Be humble. And the next sentence is Udaivadu Virambel. I said it. The next is Ookamadu Kaividel. Ookamadu Kaividel means never give up. And the next sentence goes Yen Elithu Irakel. That is, don't speak bad words or bad things. Then the next sentence is Eruvadu Igalchi. Eruvadu here means begging, and actually in Tamil language and in Tamil culture, begging is considered shameful. So here they are saying is begging is shameful. Then the next sentence is Ayyamittu un. Ayyamittu, ayyam here means food. So always they are saying share the food. Don't always eat alone. When you have someone, try to share it. Share it to the needy especially. Then the next sentence is Oppuravu Olugu. Oppuravu Olugu means act morally. And the next one goes like Oduvadu Oliyel. This means never stop learning. And the final 12 sentences Ovviyam Pesel. Sorry, Avviyam Pesel, which means never talk ill about others. So these are actually the 12 sentences which are used to teach the younger children the alphabets of Tamil. The first letter of every sentence is actually the alphabets of Tamil. And my pronunciations may not be right because I studied my entire schooling from Kendriya Vidyalaya, so I am not very familiar with Tamil language as well. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shriram. That was an amazing explanation of the poem you stated. All over to judges.
So I'll go first. Can you tell about the various dialects of Tamil?
Dialects means I'm not getting.
Okay, so there are different dialects. There is something called Sen Tamil, and then
so
classical Tamil is different, and so on and so forth.
So like Sen Tamil is like the older Tamil, which generally the very old people used to speak, which kind of gets with a very much respectfully they speak. The words are very much respectfully. And also the dialects differ from place to place. I am from Coimbatore, and here the language Tamil is very different from the one in Madurai. They speak with a different slang. It's like different people from different places have different dialects. That's it.
Okay.
May I add one thing here?
Okay, I'll just ask one question, then you can do so.
Sure.
There is something, there is a particular letter actually, which is very peculiar to Tamil. Okay. It is also found in the word Tamil. Okay. Which normally people who have Hindi as their language or any other North Indian language cannot easily pronounce. Which is it?
The Ra, actually, the Ra, they say. A type of La, Ra. It's Tamil, not Tamil.
Yes. Any other words which have this word, this letter?
Param, that is, Param means fruit, Param. Sorry.
Okay. All over to Nidhi.
Okay, so hello Shriram.
Hi.
Can you tell me an easier way to learn this poem for a beginner in Tamil?
The easier way would be to first remember the meanings and the words actually to that directly. Then if we try to join it, it will be very much easier. Easy.
Okay, so can you repeat the first 12 letters of the Tamil language
Sorry, I did not get it.
that
Can
were used in this poem?
you
The
please
first
repeat?
letters,
Uh,
the first 12 letters of Tamil language that were used in this poem, Ati Chudi, if I'm right.
Yes.
Can
So
you
it is
repeat them?
E. So it's actually A means the will we say no short vowel and long vowel. It is like that. E, U, A, I, O, Au. So these are the actually 12 letters.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
That will be all. Tanvi wanted to add something. You may proceed.
Yeah, Tanvi wanted to add something.
Yeah, so the dialects of Tamil. So you were talking about Malayalam, right? So you do speak Malayalam.
Yes,
So this might seem a little bit. I mean, I'm not sure whether you would agree on it, but what actually we consider in from classical time, I think you might be aware also. Earlier, what was spoken as Malayalam was also Tamil only. So what happened was there was an addition with Sanskrit, with the local dialect of how it was spoken in Cheranad, Kerala. So that's how Malayalam began to form as a different, unique language.
Yeah.
So that is why we can still find lots of similarities between Malayalam and Tamil, and which we cannot find similarities with Telugu or Kannada also. So the most closely related languages are Malayalam and Tamil here in southern India, where you can easily learn Tamil, and Tamil people can easily learn Malayalam. Just wanted to include this point.
Yeah, it is very true because even in Kerala, there are a lot of places where people speak Tamil actually instead of Malayalam as their mother tongue. So it is very true. It is almost similar only.
Yeah, so it could also be considered like a dialect of ancient Tamil.
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sriram. Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you, judges. No questions from my side as well. I'll move ahead to the next participant. I would like to invite Kumar Shanu.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, good evening. Yes, you're audible.
Good
yes, you're
evening.
audible.
Yes. So, thank you for giving me opportunity to speak on a topic. Like it's not basically a topic, but I have to teach you something in my language. So today I'm going to teach you about Hindi language. Okay. So see about Hindi. It is the third largest language which is spoken worldwide. All right, and many developed countries are also inculcating this language in their curriculum so that they can teach their citizens that language which can benefit for their future. Like if it is the third largest spoken language in the world, so they can easily trade with Hindi speaking people and trade with Hindi speaking companies, because see there are a lot of MNCs which are from India, whether we talk about this Reliance industry and Aditya Birla Group. These are big MNCs, and lots of other employees from other countries are working in it. So people think like if they can communicate in their language, so it will be better, they can convey their thoughts. So coming to Hindi language, Hindi originated from Indo-Aryan language, and basically originated from Sanskrit. It is a part of Indo-Aryan language, and it originated from Sanskrit. And currently it has 13 vowels, if we can say. Like in English, we have 5 vowels. In Hindi, if we compare, we have 13 vowels and 36 consonants, if we talk about as compared with English language. All right. So this is how the English has been constructed. Hindi has been constructed. And I'm just comparing the two languages, Hindi and English, side by side, so that you can get a better idea like how it works in Hindi grammar and English grammar. See, like in English, we have noun. So in Hindi, we have a similar thing, whose name is uh, his name is Sangya. Yes, it's Sangya. Noun is similar to is exactly the same is Sangya. Sangya is something like, it is a thing which conveys like it is a name of some person, place, thing, or anything. It is just a name. And if we talk about the adjective, then sorry, pronoun, then that is named as Sarvanam. In English, we call it pronoun, and we replace nouns with Hindi nouns like Sangya with Sarvanam. Okay, like in English, it's he, she, they, them. All right. So this is Sarvanam. And Kriya. Like in English, it is called verb. So verb and Kriya are same. Like Kriya explains like how the work is being done, what is being done, and what is happening with the subject and the object. This is the main role of Kriya. It explains that. And we have Kal. Like in English, it's called tense. It is Kal. It tells us about the Bhoot Kal, Bhavishya Kal, and Vartaman Kal. There are 3 Kals. Like in English, it's past tense, present tense, and future tense. So you can very much easily relate with that. And we have Visheshan. Visheshan, we can say like which gives quality to the noun. Like adjective. Visheshan gives quality to the Sangya. It tells us about the like it's a nice boy. मतलब वो एक अच्छा लड़का है, तो अच्छा is a विशेषण. And in English we have gender, like female, male, and neutral. So in Hindi also we have ling, stri or purush. And we have upsarg. Upsarg means adverb. Like in English we have adverb which gives quality to verb and other adjectives. So we have in Hindi upsarg. It gives quality to the kriya and visheshan. And if we combine two words together in Hindi, like in English it's called conjunction. In Hindi it is known as sandhi. And sandhi, with the help of sandhi, we can say like we can connect 2 words together. Like if we can say railway station, then we can connect those 2, railway and station, with sandhi, and it will convert into 1 word. So it is the role of sandhi. So this is just a brief about the Hindi grammar currently. This is all from my side. I hope you can relate what I was trying to convey you guys. So that's all from my side. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Okay. So there is a rule in Hindi, according to which certain nasals and nasalization turns into anuswara.
Yes.
What are those exact rules?
Anuswar.
Yes, anuswara is the dot which we place above, like ha has the anuswara. The word Hindi itself sometimes possesses that anuswara above he. So what are the rules which dictate the presence of the same?
I'm not sure, but as per my knowledge, maybe it's to provide some stress on the word. To provide stress.
Okay. The next question is, there are certain grammatical elements in Hindi, like I'll give an example, ka, ki, ke. Okay.
Yes.
So do these grammatical elements follow the subject or the object?
Ka, ki, ke.
Yeah.
A subject.
Okay. If it does follow the subject, can you give an example of how it does so? Like a sentence where it follows the subject.
Like Shanu ka Karan एक बहुत अच्छा दोस्त है.
A better example would be if you could like have different genders and then explain how it follows the subject and not the object.
No, I'm not getting it currently.
Okay, so moving over to Nidhi, I'll actually add in more to this.
Yeah.
So, Kumar, it was a great speech. First time I enjoyed a Hindi grammar class in my whole life. And I will ask a much normal question. Tell me some examples of words which Hindi language has adopted from other languages like Farsi, Urdu, and Arabic.
Some words. Like आइए आपसे गुफ्तगू करते हैं.
Yeah.
And for energy we use urja.
Two more.
Two more.
Yeah.
Guftagoo. 1 second. Just give me.
Sure. Take your time.
Like mulaqat. And tashrif.
Okay, that will be all from my side.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kumar. Am I clearly audible, by the way?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. Just to factually correct you, I don't have any questions. As far as I know, as far as I have read, Hindi is not the third largest spoken language in the world. It's either fourth or fifth. Basically, there is a tie between Urdu. Basically, there is a tie between Arabic and Hindi. So there is a clash at fourth and fifth position between Arabic and Hindi. The first three are Mandarin Chinese, English, and Spanish, as far as I know.
All right, but I took this information from Wikipedia, so I just conveyed that only.
No, even I have read it on Wikipedia and many other websites as well. You can cross check if you want to, but it's either fourth or fifth, as far as I know.
All right.
Okay.
No issues by them.
Thank you.
Yes. So
Even I have a
some things.
question on that.
Okay. You go first.
It's
then
a very
I'll...
general question. What do you think is the most easiest way to learn Hindi? We have many resources, but which one is the easiest one?
So the easiest one is again, if you are born in a Hindi family, that's the easiest way because you tend to learn it from your childhood, from the very first day, I guess. And if you want to learn about a new language, then you should start learning it at the very early age, around 10 to 11 years of old, because once you get older and older, then it gets really difficult to learn a new language. So easiest way, I believe, the pattern which our Indian school follows, that is pretty much good for learning language.
Samruddhi,
very
the best way is
contrasting.
that you just shift to Delhi. You will learn many words of Hindi.
Yeah, like I personally, I think that easiest way is through movies and music, and also interacting with your peers
Interacting.
rather than following the, like you said, he born into a Hindu family. That is something that is given to us, but here I am talking about learning. So that is we have like inherited from our parents in some other way.
Yes, yes.
Okay, a certain thing that I would like to point out, actually, certain things, plural.
Sure.
The first is that urja is actually a Sanskrit word. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The secondly, actually it follows the object. Okay. Those grammatical elements, ka, ki, ke. An example would be Shanu ki nidhi mitra hai. Okay. So ki, it follows the object. What is the object? Nidhi is the object.
Nidhi, yes.
Okay. Thirdly, the rules for the same, like nasalization. So what happens is, whenever a matra extends the shirorekha, or the line which we put above in Hindi, in Devanagari, it changes into the anuswara. Okay. So hai, even though we pronounce it hai, so there should have been a chandra bindu, but we write a simple normal anuswara, a simple bindu. Similarly, all the nasals, na, na, anga, nya, and so on, actually can change into the anuswara.
All right. Thank you for your valuable input, Vignesh. Thank you. I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah, thank you, Kumar. Thank you, judges. I'll move ahead to the next participant. I would like to invite Chandratapa Divan.
Namaskar, Shubho Shonda. Greetings to one and all present here. I am Chandratapa Devan, and today I would like to thank you all for providing me an opportunity to teach a language. I would like to use this opportunity to teach my mother tongue, Bengali. So basically, language is a tool that helps us to communicate with each other. So let's suppose you are suddenly dropped into Bengal. So what will you do? The first thing that you can hope to do is communicate with the people there, right? So instead of going into the nitty-gritties of the language Bengali, or you should first know how to introduce yourself, how to communicate the basic sentences in Bengali. I could have taught you a poem or something else, or maybe a paragraph or something, but I chose not to. I would just teach you a few introductory sentences and a few sentences that would help you in your survival in Bengal. So the first thing that I started with is Namaskar. Namaskar means hello. Shuprabhat, Shubha Shonda is basically good evening. So we have two words, apni and tomar. Apni is something that is used for you. When you basically refer to someone who is elder to you. And tomar or tumi is something that is a word that you would use when you are referring to someone younger to you. This is a language which is very similar to Hindi. So when you first introduce yourself to someone, the first question people would ask you is, what is your name? So the reply, its translation in Bengali would be, Tomar naam ki. Tomar represents your. Naam is name and ki is what. So next, the thing you could ask is, Tumi kemon acho, which means that how are you? Tumi is again you. How is kemon, and acho is like, how are you? That's basically there is no particular translation for that. And then the next thing you might ask is, where do you live? Tumi kothaye thako. The next thing that we usually ask is for transportation. Like, how do I go to this place? How do I go to that place? So the way you would ask a person that is, ami ekhane jete chai, ami ki kore jabo, which means ami ekhane jete chai means I want to go here to this particular place. Ami ki kore jabu means how will I go there? And then these are these basic denominations of money that we can use. One is ek taka, dui is 2 rupees, teen is 3 rupees, 100 is 100 taka, 500 is 500 taka, 1000 is 1000 taka. These are the few basic denominations of money that we use in our daily life. Next, if you want to eat something, ami eta khete chai, which means I want to eat this. Ami jol khete chai, I want to drink water. Ami doodh khete chai, I want to drink milk. Apart from this, there are a lot of things, but I would like to stop here since these are the few basic things which we require for survival in Bengal. So I would like to end here. Thank you. Dhanyabad. Welcome to Bengal. So the next time you meet a Bengali, be sure to greet them with Namaskar. Thank you. Dhanyabad.
Thank you, Chandratapa. Dhanyavad, as you said. I might be wrong at pronunciation. I'll move ahead to the judges if they want to ask something to Chandratapa.
Namaskar, Chandratapa.
Namaskar.
So, the first thing that I would like to ask is, how does Bengali differ across the border, that is West Bengal and Bangladesh?
Well, that's actually a history. So we know that when the British partitioned Bengal, with the Bengal, I think Bengal presidency it was called then. So when the British partitioned it, so it became one portion became West Bengal, the other part was East Bengal, which again was a part of Pakistan later. And then due to the Liberation War, which was, I don't know the year, I think something 1980 or something, it was fought in. So that led to the demarcation of Bangladesh from Pakistan. So what happens is there's two words which usually represents Bangladeshis and people who live in Bengalis who live in West Bengal. So one is called Ghoti and the other is called Bangal. Bangal is the ones who usually live in West Bengal, and the Ghotis are the ones who live in Bangladesh. That is how we usually demarcate, differentiate between the two types of Bengali in West Bengal and Bangladesh.
Okay. So it is often seen, it is often talked about that there is a Bhadralok influence on the modern Bengali. So how do you see that?
Yes, I think in my view, Bengali is a very nice language. It's and like all Bengalis, like at least most of the Bengalis I have seen are very warm. So this Bhadralok basically means a good man, a man from a well-mannered family, something like that. It means that, like something like that. So basically, when you tell so since they are all very polite, so we refer to people as Bhadralok. And I think that's why you can call Bengalis as Bhadralok.
Okay. So that will be all from my side. Nidhi, if you have something.
And for a good-natured woman, you call Bhadra Mohila.
Okay.
So Chandratapa, I was
Nidhi?
actually waiting for someone who will teach Bengali. I'm absolutely a Bengali lover, a big fan of Thakurda. So I want to ask you that if a beginner wants to learn basic Bengali, which books should he use? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, there is
that you
a
would
book which has
suggest?
been there is a book, I am not sure of its name. It was written by Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar.
Okay.
I think it was called Borno Porichaya. Okay. It would be available in the market if you search. So that basically has the basic the swara aksharas which you find in every language. The e, those things are present there, and you will find some basic words there also. So you could use that as a medium for learning your basic Bengali.
Now tell me that Bengali script is very unique. Which script is used in Bengali language? when we are writing it?
I am not sure of that.
Okay.
Like, I would like to know that. Could you just let me know that?
I myself, I will tell you in 2 minutes. Because
Okay.
I'm not aware.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to know from you, actually. I'm very much interested in the language.
Okay.
Some common phrases and greetings you can tell in Bengali. Some
Okay.
common phrases.
So, Shubho Shakal is good morning. Shubho Shonda is good evening. And Shubho Ratri is good night.
No, like phrases like Gondogol or things
Okay,
like that.
Gondogol is basically some problem. Okay. Abhi tomay bhalobashi. It's a very commonly used
I love
term.
you.
Means I love you. And then আমি জল খাবো. I want to drink water. আমি খাবার খাবো. That's I want to eat food. But then one unique thing is when we are referring to food, we always use the word khabo, that is eat. We like in Hindi, if you see that we say that मैं पानी पीना चाहती हूँ और मैं खाना खाना चाहती हूँ. So I want to eat. You like you distinguish them, right? So in Bengali, it's not like that. Ami jol khabo, ami khabar khabo.
Okay, that was all from my side. And how do you say that you are a sweet girl in Bengali?
Tumi khub mishti me.
Tumi khub mishti me. Chandratapa. Thank you.
Dhanyabad.
Thank you so much, judges. Chandratapa, am I clearly audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need to ensure this every time. So I don't have any grammatical question to Bengali as you are very well versed in it. I just would like to ask a general knowledge question. Can you, apart from West Bengal and Bangladesh, of course, can you name a few states or some few areas where Bengali is, spoken widely?
Sorry, your voice was breaking right now. Couldn't hear you properly.
Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, now it's better.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, apart from West Bengal and Bangladesh, can you name a few states or a few regions in India and foreign countries as well, where Bengali is widely spoken?
Well, the basic thing is you find Bengalis everywhere. So there is no specific region where you get to see Bengalis. Bengalis are spread everywhere. And maybe in Assam, you will find a good amount of population there of Bengalis. And maybe I think Orissa also could be considered. Since they are just like next to West Bengal, you would find quite a good amount of population there.
Okay, that was a good answer. Basically, I was expecting Odisha and Assam to be included. Basically, in Odisha, in Malkanagiri district, Bengali is widely spoken. It is widely spoken in Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, and a few northeastern states as well, apart from West Bengal, of course. So, yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, thank you so much, Chandratapa. It was an amazing explanation of Bengali. It actually, created an interest to learn Bengali in detail. So, thank you so much, Chandratapa.
Also, Chandratapa, the script which we use while writing Bengali is Eastern Nagari and it is derived from Brahmi. I was not sure. Now I just checked it on the net. It's Eastern Nagari. Can you write Bengali?
No, I haven't learned how to write Bengali.
Okay.
Because
thank you so much.
Though I was born in Kolkata, I'm actually living in Chennai.
Then it's really difficult. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chandratapa. I'll move ahead to the next participant. I would like to invite Ishant Patel. Ishant, are you there?
Yes, I am there. I am audible.
Yeah, you are audible. You are clearly audible.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Synapse Society for providing me this opportunity. So I have this opportunity to teach my mother tongue, which is Hindi. First of all, I will talk in brief about this language. Hindi is a language which is mostly spoken in northern part of India. Script which is used for is in Hindi is Devanagari script. Hindi consists of 13 vowels and 33 consonants. Unlike English, Hindi nouns have genders like masculine, feminine, and neutral, which is not in case of English. And also in Hindi, there is subject, object, verb agreement is there. Unlike which is in English, subject, verb, object agreement. So I will take example to explain this. Like suppose there is a sentence in English, Ram is eating a mango. Ram is eating mango. So we will translate this in Hindi as Ram aam khata hai. So here we can see in sentence, in English sentence, that after Ram, which is a subject, there is, which is an verb. So we can clearly see this is an subject verb agreement. But in Hindi, we said Ram aam khata hai. Here aam translated to mango. So there immediately after subject there is an object, not a verb, unlike English. And also in Hindi, the alphabets pronunciation remains consistent. Unlike in English, there are various pronunciation complexities, mainly due to silent letters and different letter combinations. Now, we will learn how to converse in Hindi, learn some basic conversations. Like, suppose we want to say hello. In Hindi, we can say namaste. In Hindi, we can say good morning as suprabhat, good night at subratri. Now we will practice some certain basic sentences in order to understand more better. Suppose I want to ask in Hindi, how are you? So in Hindi we can say tum kaise ho? So here tum means you and kaise means how. But we can also use aap as well in place of you. There are two different meanings of you, aap and tum. So we can respond to how are you with I am fine. In Hindi we can say main theek hu. I am here main means I, theek means fine. Now I will take the example of a nursery Hindi poem to make it more interesting learning. That poem name is Machli Rani. Okay, so Machli Jal ki Rani hai, which means fish is the queen of water. Here Machli means fish and Jal means water. And Jal ki Rani means water's queen. जीवन उसका पानी है, which means and water is it's her life. So here we can say जीवन in translated as life and उसका पानी, उसका means her and पानी means water. हाथ लगाओगे डर जाएगी. If you touch her, they will get frightened. हाथ लगाओ means if you try to touch with your hand, means हाथ means hand. So हाथ लगाओ means if you try to touch her with hand, डर जाएगी. डर मतलब डर means getting frightened and fear. So डर जाएगी मतलब she will get frightened. बाहर निकालोगे मर जाएगी. If you take her out of the water, she will die. Here बाहर निकालोगे means if you take her out of बाहर means out and निकालोगे means take out. मर जाएगी. Here मर means die. So this was from my side. Thank you all.
All over to judges.
So, Ishant, I will ask first. How many linga are there in Hindi language or genders?
Can you repeat the question?
How many genders are there in the Hindi language? Ling.
Yes, there are three genders: feminine, masculine, and neutral.
Okay, so my question is, can you give an example of a word in neutral gender in Hindi?
Yeah, can you? Yeah, you were not audible properly. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible now.
Okay, can you give an example of a word in neutral gender in Hindi?
Neutral gender. Sorry, I'm not able to recall right now. I know of the masculine and feminine gender, but I'm not able to recall right now neutral gender. Maybe.
Ishan, that is because there are only two links in Hindi language. Only Sanskrit language has three links, that are Striling, Pulling, and Napunsakling. Whereas in Hindi, we have only Striling and Pulling.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll ask one more question, and that is, suppose a person living in Chennai wants to learn Hindi today. He decides to learn Hindi today. Which exact resource should he go for if he cannot move out? He cannot move out of Chennai. He has internet, but he does not know the Devanagari script.
Okay, as in speaking or as in writing, you mean?
Speaking.
In what ways he wants to learn a language for job purposes?
Okay. So, as in speaking, I can say one of the most interesting way to learn language is through first of all the basic is necessary, like grammars. Without grammar there is nothing. Language can it is the base upon which whole language lies. So first of all he has to necessarily learn the grammar. And now for coming to the part of the communication part, he can learn from various sources. There are various interesting sources to learn language as well, like he can watch movies as well, like watch contents in Hindi. And he could try to practice if he has such certain friend who is from North Indian, or certain people in his network, so he can try to communicate with them in Hindi. This and also music, and also music is also one of the very effective way to learn a new language, like listening songs. It has been proven to be very effective in learning a language. So he can proceed for that.
Okay, that will be all from my side.
Yeah, thank you so much, judges. Yeah, Ishant, right?
Yes, Ishant.
So, many a times this question might have been arised if not in your mind, in many of the minds of the students. The poem that you stated, Machli Jal Ki Rani, is one of the most famous poems in Hindi language. So, do you know who was the poet of the poem? Was it, when did it came into existence? When did this poem come into existence?
Sorry, your voice was breaking in between. Can you repeat the question?
This is just a general knowledge question. Am I clearly audible?
No, yes.
Yeah, what I was saying is the poem which was stated by you, Machli Jal Ki Rani Hai, it is basically one of the most famous poems of Hindi language. So do you know the poet of this particular poem, and when did this poem come into existence?
Unfortunately, I don't know the sorry. I don't know the.
No issues, no issues. This was just a general knowledge question for all of you, because this question has arisen in my mind many a times, and in ninth I had searched for it on Google. So this poem was basically written by a poet named Ramesh. Okay, the surname hasn't been mentioned anywhere, and it was written in 1951, soon after the independence. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, Ishant. I'll move ahead to the last participant of this particular round, of round 4, Vivek Agarwal.
सर्वेभ्यः नमस्कारः. Hello everyone. अहम् अद्य संस्कृतं पाठयामि. I अद्य today Sanskrit पाठयामि will teach. I will teach Sanskrit today. So thank you Synapse Society for giving me this topic and letting me in even after having some tech issues. Yesterday also I spoke about ancient languages going extinct, and especially about the importance and the literary treasures it holds. So now starting with Sanskrit, I would like to bring in two shlokas which I want to say. These will be very helpful for all the students who are here. So starting with it, Vidya nama narasya rupamadhikam prachanna guptam dhanam. So Vidya, knowledge, nama narasya, Vidya nama, meaning knowledge, narasya, humans, rupamadhikam, which will enhance the humans' beauty. Prachanna guptam dhanam, which is this is the wealth which is very hidden and no one can steal it from you. Vidya namanasya rupamadikam prachanna guptam dhanam, vidya bhogakari yashas sukhakari, vidya gurunam guruhu. So vidya vidya knowledge is bhogakari yashas sukhakari. So it will lead to all the good things that will happen to you in life. It will give you prosperity. It will give you the way of living life. And vidya, knowledge, it's like guru nam guru. All your gurus have been taught by knowledge. Knowledge is one which is making your guru, who is a person, a guru of yours, a teacher, who is able to teach something because he has acquired the knowledge from somewhere else. Vidya bandhujano videsha gamane vidya paradevata. So now it means that vidya, it's when someone is going out, knowledge will always help him. Even if he doesn't know the language, if he has some knowledge of anything around there, he will be able to communicate through maybe sign language. He will maybe able to write it, or if there is a similar language also, he will be able to communicate better, and he will be able to express himself. So knowledge is very important. Vidya para devata. It's another form of God. Now, God is a very subjective topic, right? But here, Vidya para devata, we see knowledge is a God because it will help you always. It is there with you, and you can acquire as much knowledge as you want. Vidya rajasu pujyate nahi dhanam, vidya vihina pashu. So now this is very relevant in today's context. Vidya rajasu pujyate nahi dhanam, vidya vihina pashu. Vidya rajasu pujyate. Now knowledge is worshipped by even kings. Kings, as in today's context, we can take the greatest people in the world. Okay, so they don't worship wealth. Vidya rajasu pujyate nahi dhanam. They don't worship wealth. They worship knowledge. They wouldn't care if you have money because they have it themselves too. But knowledge is rare. The one who possesses knowledge is always valuable. And vidya vihinaha pashuhu, one who doesn't have any knowledge, who does not want to acquire any knowledge, is useless. Is living in life like an animal, because the only difference between us and animals is animals do not learn, but we do learn. So I think this is very uh, this is one shloka I would want everyone to know. This is a Shubhashitani, so it is just a shloka which is passed on from generations by elders. There is no writer for this. I have one more. I have one more shloka which will be very good because they're working professionals also in our program. And most of you might have heard it. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Karmanyevadhikaraste. Karmanye. Karmanye, form of karmani. Karmani, actions. Karmanyevadhikaraste. Karmas which you do. karaste, with yat karayati, as in the karmas which you do, karmanyevadhikaraste, ma phaleshu kadachana. Don't do it for the sake of for the results, right? Don't don't do it for the just the results there. Do it because you have devotion in that work. Ma karma phala het, ma karma phala hetuhu, hurmate sangotsva karmani. So now you have to keep say that the fruits always should not be an attachment for you to do a karma. You should do a karma with devotion, not keeping the fruit in mind. It just says that ma karma phala hetuhu, which means karma, keeping just the karma as
Vivek,
an
very sorry to interrupt you. You have 30 seconds left.
Sure, I'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
So having only the fruit or the result in mind will not lead you to the work to do the work very appropriately, and let there be devotion in everything you do, and not make it just because you're doing for sake of something, which is what I would like to say. And I would like to say to everyone that yesterday we spoke about how the importance of ancient languages is decreasing. So everyone should learn Sanskrit, and please embrace Sanskrit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivek. All over to judges, and I think judges might have been having numerous questions this time because both of them are very well versed in Sanskrit.
Namo Namaha Vivekah. Mama Nama Vigleshah. Tvam Sanskritam Pathayasi. Aham Sanskritam Pathami. Okay. So you teach Sanskrit and I study Sanskrit. Okay. So can you tell how many lakaras are there in Sanskrit?
There are 10 lakaras in Sanskrit: lat, lit, lut, lot, vidhiling, ashirling, lat, lit, lut, lot, vidhiling, ashirling, rut, and lut.
Yeah, that is good. Can you name the person who has written the Ashtadhyayi?
Panini, because he is called the god of grammar, and he had received all the letters from Tasmai Pa. I mean, if you have heard the shloka, Tasmai Paninaye Namaha from Ashtadhyayi, it's the starting verse actually.
Yes.
From Shivji's drum, actually, basically.
Yes. So the next and final question would be, if I have to learn Sanskrit and I do not even know any other Indian language, okay?
Okay.
What do I learn first? Not how I learn. I say,
okay.
What do I learn first?
Okay. So first you need to learn the phonetics of the language, as in, if you learn the script of the language, that won't be of any use if you're not able to get the phonetic, because in Sanskrit especially, phonetic is very important because the pronunciations are peculiar to many words. So first you need to access all the script and learn the phonetics, then you can get started with the script, the letters, and how it goes ahead. And if to suggest the source, there's this online source from Vyoma Labs which you can access, which is free and it's very good.
Yes. So all over to Nidhi now.
Namo Namaha Vivek.
Namo Namaha.
So, can you tell us about the Purush in Sanskrit?
Okay, there are 3 Purushas: Prathama
Yes.
Purusha, Madhyama Purusha, Uttama Purusha. So now, let me give an example.
With an example, yeah.
Yeah, but everyone has learned this in Sanskrit in school if you have taken Sanskrit. So, I mean, you might have by-hearted this, but it has actual good meaning, so please learn it. Pathati, patataha, pathanti. Now, I am addressing this to someone else. Ramaha, pathati. Rama is reading. Pathati, patataha, pathanti. Pathasi, patathaha, patatha. Pathasi. You're addressing it to a specific person. Yeah?
No, you're right. I was just.
Yeah, okay. Pathami, pathavah, pathamah. I am addressing it to myself. And there are also three vachanas, as in it's not just singular and plural. It's ekavachana, dvivachana, and bahuvachana. So it's me, both, and all. Pathami, I will read. Pathavah, we both will read. Pathamaha, we all will read.
Good. Also, can you tell us some sarvanams with basic of their lings? Some examples of
Sarvanama Shabdaha.
sarvanams. Yes.
Okay, Sarvanama Shabdaha. Wait a second. I do remember them, but I'm not able to. Just give me 1 second.
It's okay.
Shab. I guess will be Bhavati is a Sarvanama Shabda, and you can take Asmad Yushmat Shabda, the most basic Shabdas you need to know to talk to anyone.
So, will it be possible for you to state 2 vibhaktis for every ling now?
For every ling, okay. Okay, sure. So first I'll start with the basic Shabda I know, Rama Shabda. Ramaha, Ramau, Ramaha. Hey
Rama
Rama,
is
hey.
not a sarvanam, Vivek.
Okay, you want me to tell it in Sarvanam? Okay, I thought any this thing
No.
with okay.
In sarvanam, the vibhakti table that we learn. So, for every ling, tell me 2 vibhaktis.
Okay, I'll tell it for okay. I'll tell a Shabda. Actually, it's thrilling. Asmat Shabda. It addresses it's a Trilinga Shabda, which can address all the three lingas. Aham avam yoyam. Aham avam yoyam.
Avam vayam.
Sorry. Tuam yuvam yoyam. I'm sorry. I just got confused. Aham avam vayam. Ma avam no asmannaha. Maya avabhyam asmabhihi. Prathama, I mean, as in Prathama Vibhakti, Dvitiya Vibhakti.
For striling, it's Maya. For pulling, it's Mayam. And for Napunsakaling, Vignesh will tell. I can't remember.
Okay, I'm sorry. Actually, I learned it as a Trilinga Shabda. I'm really sorry for the confusion.
No, it's okay.
Okay. This question is tough for even the most experienced people, since those who are experienced know more through practice, and those who are less experienced usually do not remember it.
I got to learn it now. Thank you very much.
But those tables are actually helpful. So when you're speaking, they will actually make your language better. So learn it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all over to the hosts now.
Moderators.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Vivek. That was an amazing explanation. And with Vivek's speech, this leads to the conclusion of 4th round. For 5th round, I would like to hand over the mic to Samriddhi.
Okay, so we have the round 5 now. The participants are Ram Prasad PS, Kunal Singh, Afra Fatima. The topic for this round is, would you promote cultural assimilation or diversity? I would once again repeat the names, Ram Prasad PS, Kunal Singh, and Afra Fatima. Also, cultural assimilation refers to the process by which individuals or groups adopt the customs, values, languages, and practices of other culture, often to the extent that their cultural identity is significantly diminished. For example, you can see that in China. Cultural diversity, on the other hand, is the coexistence of of the different cultural groups within a society, each maintaining its unique customs, traditions, languages, and identities. Participants have 3 minutes to think upon this topic. The time starts now.
Just a question. Do we have to take one side, like either cultural assimilation or diversity?
Oh, yes, you can.
Okay.
So the time is up. Anyone from the participants would like to volunteer to go first?
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Oh, yes, you are.
Okay, I would like to go first. Okay.
Yes, sure. Please open your camera.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I begin, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and you may begin now.
Good evening. My name is Afra Fatima, and I am talking about the cultural assimilation versus cultural diversity. These are two different approaches to dealing with the cultural differences in our society today. Cultural assimilation refers to the process in which individuals or groups they adopt the values and behaviors and the customs of a dominant culture in a society. It leads to conforming to norms and expectations of the dominant culture. The goal of cultural assimilation it is to create a very homogeneous society where everyone shares a common identity and culture. But contrasting to that, cultural diversity, it refers to recognition and celebration of different cultures and beliefs and the traditions that people have within a society. Diversity, it acknowledges people with different backgrounds, with different experiences, and these differences should be respected and valued. The main goal of cultural diversity is to create a more inclusive society that recognizes and supports people from different backgrounds and their contributions to the entire group. While cultural assimilation and diversity are seen as opposing approaches, they are not mutually exclusive. In many cases, it is also possible to promote diversity while also encouraging some degree of assimilation. For example, immigrants to a new country, they can choose to adopt some of the customs and values of their new home while maintaining aspects of their own culture, their own country and identity. But some examples where cultural assimilation gets too overbearing is, as you said, China, where we see that cultural assimilation is being forced upon the citizens. Some citizens are not allowed to practice their own religion, their own cultures. Obviously, in that sense, it wouldn't be mutually exclusive. We also see in some other countries, some war-torn countries like Syria, Palestine, but some examples where cultural diversity is more beneficial. Some countries' examples would be countries like Canada, Australia, which are very welcoming to immigrants. They are known for their multiculturalism, and they have a very long history of being welcoming to people from all over the world. Their country's policies of being multilinguistic or multiculturalism, they promote understanding and acceptance of different cultures, of people from different backgrounds, and they contribute to a vibrant and diverse society. We also see India. India is a country with a complex history, but its cultural diversity is one of its greatest strengths. The country is home to many religions, languages, and traditions, as we all know. It creates a rich and vibrant society. It is also a major asset in fields of science, technology, and arts. We see many benefits from countries that are culturally diverse in many fields like education, in healthcare, business and tourism, for social justice and human rights, the creativity. It is just more flowing and welcoming in countries which support cultural diversity. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Afra. That was a very nice speech. Over to you, judges. Do you have any questions for her?
Yes, so what shall we do when cultural assimilation comes naturally? It is not forced by anyone, but it is forced through natural factors.
As long as it is not overbearing to the people, the cultural assimilation would be appreciated. Like we saw an example like Canada. We see the cultural assimilation there. It's not overbearing, it is welcoming. The people, the immigrants, they like the culture in Canada. So I don't know if that would be a problem if it is occurring naturally.
Okay, over to Nidhi.
Can you tell me that if we address diversity in us and we accept it, do you think it will be a good way to stop stop stereotypes against other cultures? Or wait a minute, just wait a minute. I think I'm having a net breakdown. Just one minute.
Yeah,
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have a few questions for Afra. Afra, am I clearly audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Are you against cultural assimilation or in support of cultural assimilation? Don't state the reason. Just tell me, are you against it or in support of it?
I'm against cultural assimilation.
Okay, okay, you are against cultural assimilation. So, can you state 2 to 3 reasons why are you against cultural assimilation and at the same time in support of cultural diversity?
Okay. Like I said, cultural assimilation, it tones down individuals' thinking, their own contributions to society, and they force the people to conform to a certain path laid down by the greater proportion. Whereas in cultural diversity, each person is allowed to freely express themselves in terms of religion, in terms of their language. They're freely made to allowed to make their own contributions to the society.
Okay, so basically what you're trying to say is in cultural diversity, people have freedom and in cultural assimilation, they don't. Am I right?
Almost, I think I don't mean that in cultural assimilation people do not have any freedom. They do, but I think it is toned down a little bit as compared to cultural diverse countries.
Okay, okay. Basically, people do have freedom in some cases in cultural assimilation as well, because there are 2 types of cultural assimilation. The first one is full assimilation and the second one is forced assimilation. Now, the independence, the freedom, as you talked about, Afra, in the case of forced assimilation is totally absent. But on the other hand, in the case of full assimilation, one culture, the people of one culture adopt into the another major culture with mutual consent. So they might be having a sense of freedom in full assimilation. But on the other hand, in forced assimilation, it's self-explanatory that they don't have any freedom. Right.
Exactly.
So yeah, that was from all sides. Thank you, Afra. All over to you, Samriti.
Thank you. I think Nidhi ma'am wanted to say something. I'm sorry, I did not
Nidhi
catch.
isn't present over there. Nidhi has just, yeah, Nidhi is there. Nidhi is there.
Nidhi is there, but Nidhi.
He's facing network issue.
Yes, so we'll move on.
Okay, so to the next participant, Kunal.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you're audible and you are visible. You may start now.
Okay. So if I move my head like this or like this, you would already know what this mean. This is the most famous thing, Indian bobblehead. And why do we have this thing? This is something that is very much culturally arrived. And people from other countries do not understand this thing. In a world where there are more than 3,800 cultures, one size will not fit all. Good evening, everyone. Today, I, Kunal, is going to speak on the topic, would I promote cultural assimilation or diversity? What is culture? Culture is an umbrella term which can include a lot of things, from being a part of society to your behavior, to what you speak, to what you wear, and to what your rituals you follow, and to what you eat as well. As I remember, yesterday I spoke a word called jhuta. It does not have an English equivalent it does not have an English equivalent. And what does it? Why does not English have this equivalent? What culture does it derive from? In India, we have casteism and reservation, things like this, and jhuta has its roots into it. Jhuta word is derived from the very roots of the things where segregate people on the basis of discrimination and saying maybe this is we should not touch and maintain our own purity. But this is on a negative connotation. This is just an example to explain that how culture develops our language as well. It is important that we celebrate culture diversity because, as I said, that one size will not fit all. Cultures develop in various geographies. If you are in Middle Eastern countries, you're likely to have Muslim Islamic cultures. If you are in Northeastern, there are Buddhist, Southeastern countries. Things will be like Hinduism and Buddhism. And if you move to Western countries, it is likely to be Christianity. What culture diversity brings is celebration of different sense of belonging. If you have your own culture, if you belong to South India, you would like to celebrate Pongal festivals like there's a festival where there is a riverboat race, and if you are from North India, you're likely to celebrate Holi and various kinds of fasts. And how is it important? Belonging to a culture gives a sense of representation, and that is why how our politics is shaped. Where we talk that we should have we should promote people from our culture, from our race, or from our ethnicity. And but on looking on the positive side of culture, what does it bring in others? I having a North Indian culture does not mean it will help other, but there are benefits. If you are being with me, you'll get to know that what is the importance of adjusting with others. You'll also build tolerance. You'll have respect for me if I give you equal respect. And these are the few things which help, which are inculcated in the umbrella term of being a cultural appropriated person. On the other side, if you see culture assimilation, it has various disadvantages. If you think of something like an American high school, we have all seen things like teenage high school shows, uh, maybe name something like sex education, where everyone is white, where everyone wears popular clothes, and everyone wants to be a mean girl type person. But again, if you see, it's like a very whitewashed place. You don't have diversity there. You don't get to see different perspectives there. Although it may be a Western perspective coming to India, but you will never relate to it. Why is it like that? On the other hand, there are issues like in countries like China, where Uyghur Muslims are being imprisoned and their culture or their uh, religion is not being promoted, and they're being uh, hidden in the one corner of China. And when issues like human rights comes up in the UN, they always try to hide this stuff, and this topic is never raised in the international forum. Being not cultural, it also reduces, if there's a monoculture in the society, it also reduces the uh, chances of being accessible to other things. Suppose there's a tribe living in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, although they may be a non-material culture, belonging to a non-material culture, where they don't need modern things to live. But thinking about
Sorry
that,
to interrupt you. You have 30 seconds left.
but thinking about that, they do not have modern things. They are not able to access to the other worldly pleasure. In the end, I would also like to mention one beautiful thing in India, that we have a way of communicating our love, that is non-verbal communication in India. We do not say that I love you. We serve our best food to people. We do not say that, oh, I care for you. We will just call you and say ki ghar par aa jana. So thank you. This is the importance of culture, and I promote cultural diversity.
Thank you for your speech, Kunal. Over to you, judges.
Okay. So, what do you think about acculturation?
Can you see a bit acculturation?
Pardon?
What was your question?
What do you think about acculturation?
This is a situation where there are no cultures.
Acculturation. It's a process.
I don't know actually about the term.
Okay. So, can you describe a few processes in India which are leading to cultural assimilation? It may not be the most recent ones, but you can name any two of them.
I guess one is the recent thing is UCC, Uniform Civil Code. A lot of debate is going around that regarding that people will lose their religious freedom around it. Uh, that is one situation. Uh, Other one would be, I cannot pinpoint anything, but if we think of like in terms of economics, uh, corporate world is promoted in politics a lot now. So people who are belonging to a better economic backgrounds will likely to follow that path, and people belonging to minorities, maybe they'll be culturally rich, but they do not have enough financial background, so they won't be
Okay.
following
UCC is not exactly a process, but over to you, Nidhi.
Okay, one second. So, Kunal, can you tell me some practical steps individuals and organizations can practice to address systemic barriers to diversity and inclusion?
Is it has to be individual steps, right?
Yes. So that everyone feels heard and involved.
I guess being a good listener is a way to accept other other cultures. Like if I don't know anything, like it's a very human tendency that we have few judgments about other people, and we perceive it just by seeing other people. But a good taking a step to not to pose those judgments on other, and rather listen that what perspective they are bringing on the table, and then maybe like that can change our judgment what we have initially. So I guess that's a way to deal with it. And in terms of, if we take in terms of system, it could be like having more like how we have inclusivity inclusivity sorry for the word. uh, there are policies which are more inclusive for different kind of people. Like in America, we have policies where for a job you have to have one black person in your restaurant working, things like that.
Okay, that will be all from my side. Thank you, Kunal. And your speech was really good. You
Thank you
gave
so
good examples.
Yeah, Kunal, your speech was really good. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yeah. So I actually forgot to shed a light on the topic that was stated by the by Afra. What are your views on the Israel-Palestine conflict? What, according to you, led to the eruption of the relations between Israel and Palestine, the history and its after effects? You can state it in short.
uh, I guess it started with the like how those countries have more reservoirs for petroleum and stuff, and Western countries want to take over those places, so they put in their military there, and in igniting the part of where there is more terrorism and more conflict among their own people. So I guess that's how it started. If I'm not wrong, maybe I'm maybe confusing it with some other thing. And
Okay,
what was
so
the question? Can you
no,
repeat it?
my question was, how did the Israel-Palestine conflict evicted in history? Tell me the history and its after effects in the present days.
Oh, like in terms of history, since it comes from like a Islamic background, and in present time there is something called as Islamic phobia, and any person coming from a Middle Eastern country of belonging to Islam is stereotyped as terrorist, which is not correct. Like we are posing stereotypes on people belonging to a different culture, and uh, and this is one reason. Like if I choose to learn their language and maybe like try to pronounce words like them, I would not do it because I know there are certain stereotypes related to it. So there is also fear from those things arising, and I guess we need to stop our judgments regarding those stuff.
Okay, so I think you are a bit wrong about the history of Israel and Palestine conflict. As far as I have read, it's basically a cultural assimilation issue. It's a religious issue where the people
Oh,
from
is it
one country
Shia
who
and
were,
Sunnis one?
yeah, sorry.
Is it the Shias and Sunnis
No,
issue?
it's not about that. It's not about Shias and Sunnis. Basically, people from one country who were termed as Zionists in 1950. Okay, it was like 70 years ago when the issue actually erupted. So people termed as Zionists, they tried to create a homeland of Jewish people in Palestine. These Israeli people tried to create a homeland of Jewish people in Palestine. And from that time, it has been an issue which erupted a few years ago, as we have already seen in news. So yeah, this was basically the reason why Israel and Palestine had a conflict a few years ago and have been having it since 70 years. My next question is, what are your views on immigrant assimilation? If you know what immigrant assimilation is actually is.
Like people coming from other countries and making them convert to our dominant culture.
Exactly. I mean, you are partially correct. Yeah, that's what immigrant assimilation is. So what are your views on immigrant assimilation?
I guess for a country to run, there are always rules and regulations which are needed. And people who are willing to come to a country, like from their own will, to a place where they are not culturally belonging. And I guess it's kind of politically right to follow their culture. Like people from Islamic country may move to UK, USA. Although there is nothing wrong, they'll follow it. But in public area, it's not allowed, and it's not like in France. Hijab was banned to be worn in public. So politically, I guess there is nothing wrong. But in terms of like thinking in terms of culture, it may be very offending to people.
Okay. That's all from my side. Samriddhi, all over to you.
Okay, thank you, Kunal. Now we would be moving over to our next participant, Ram Prasad PS.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So,
Can I start now?
okay, but kindly turn on your camera.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed now.
Yes, actually, culture started as the like earlier who that a group of elders asked audible.
Network issue, I guess.
Sir, I think you have a network issue at your place. So you can turn off your camera and just speak because you aren't properly audible. I guess he's not present in the meeting due to the network issue.
I guess we would have to move forward.
Yeah, we can
then
proceed ahead. If Ram Prasad sir arrives later on, we can add him again.
Okay, as we are running short on time. So over to you, Ayush. Round 6.
Yeah. So we are proceeding to round 6 of this extempore competition. The participants of round 6, as you can see in the presentation, are Arpita Yadav, Karthik Vijay Kumar, and Boga Maulika. These are the 3 participants of round 6, and the topic for round 6 is as you can see in the presentation, is India's Northeast History and Disputes. I'll again repeat the participants for round 6. Samriddhi, can you please move to the previous slide? Yeah, so the participants are Arpita Yadav, Karthik Vijay Kumar, and Boga Maulika. You guys have 2 to 3 minutes for preparation. Okay, just to confirm it from all the participants, is there anyone who had qualified for the finals but hasn't delivered, I mean, hasn't been part of the extempore yet, today's event yet? Is there anyone who has been remaining if we had missed someone? Okay, everyone have been covered, no issues. Okay, so since we are a bit short of time, I'll move ahead with the first participant. The topic has been stated is India's Northeast history and disputes. Samriddhi, I am clearly audible, right? Just to confirm it again one time.
Clearly audible. Yes, yes.
Yes, perfect. So, if any one of you in the sixth round has to voluntarily come up, or I'll call one by one.
Hello,
Yes, Boga. Molika, sorry, Monica.
am I audible and I'm visible?
Yes, you're audible and you're visible.
Okay. Today I'm going to speak on the topic India's Northeastern history and dispute. Um, India's Northeastern region is diverse and historically significant part of the country, but also experienced various disputes and conflicts over the years. Um, Coming to one of it, it is a partition created by the new states during the independence of 1947. The northeastern region witnessed several challenges. The partition of British India led to the creation of East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, separated by Bengali speaking areas from Assam. And colonial rule during the colonial rule, the British East India Company gradually expanded its influence over the northern region during the 19th century. Assam became the first British province in the region in 1826, followed by other areas, and they have a little disputes over the borders. After India's independence, like several border disputes emerged between India and the neighboring countries over territories of northeastern region. Uh, um, Issues with China, we have Arunachal Pradesh issues with China and Bangladesh. We have a coach of Bihar, and um, and some other disputes are geographical and ethnical disputes. The northeastern region of India is located between the eastern borders of Bhutan and Bangladesh and is connected with the rest of India through a narrow corridor called the Chicken's Neck. It is characterized by its ethnic and cultural diversity with numerous distinct indigenous communities and languages. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Molika. All over to judges.
Yes. So I would like to ask about who are the Riangs and what is the major issue that had occurred with them?
Sorry, I'll get back to that again.
Who are the Riangs and what was the major issue that had happened to them?
I'm not completely aware of that, sir.
Okay. In pursuance with the latest Manipur issue, who are the main parties and what is the major issue?
I've heard about that religion dispute, but I didn't heard about the parties.
Parties as in parties to the conflict, not the political parties.
Okay. That's like a dispute between the Christians and I guess the Hindus as well. That may be because of some regional issues, like maybe about some
Molika, actually, if you're not aware of the topic, then you can say that you're not aware of it because it is a very serious issue.
Yes, I'm completely
So
not
I
aware.
would
I've just
suggest,
heard about it.
Okay. So just tell the judge that you're not aware. It's better than bluffing.
Okay. No issues there. So, what do you think about the influence of Myanmar in the Northeast and how India can counter it?
There are some border issues.
Okay. So, moving over to Nidhi.
We can move to the next participant.
Sir, I'm Ramprasad PS. Now, can I, at the time, because I am using mobile data, because I'm 2-3 hours I am live. I'm hearing this your wonderful conversation. So that data over. Can I start now, sir?
Okay, sir, sorry to interrupt you. I'll let you, I'll announce your name and then you can start. You can shed your light on the topic.
We can have him after round 6.
Yeah, of course. That's what I was thinking of. We can have him after round 6. So the participant was Molika, right?
Yes. That means
Molika, are you there?
Yes, Molika.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Molika, I want to ask you a question. What role do you think cultural assimilation has, or cultural diversity has played in the case of Northeastern India? If you know something about it, what role has it actually played?
Cultural diversity, like every region has their own culture. And coming to cultural assimilation, I don't think I can get on this topic right now.
Okay, no issues, Molika. Thank you so much, Molika. Thank you, judges. I'll move ahead to the next participant of this round, round 6. I would like to invite Karthik Vijay Kumar.
Good evening. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you're audible.
All right. So, good evening, judges. This is Karthik Vijay Kumar, and thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about this. I'll start with a personal opinion. I feel Northeast Indians are largely discriminated. I mean, if we say what consists of India, we always say Kashmir to Kanyakumari, but we always ignore the people who are in the Northeast. We never include the East and the West of India. East and the west of India are largely ignored. We also stereotype the east, northeast countries of India. I have encountered a lot of stereotypical people who stereotype the people from Northeast by labeling them as Chinese, apparently, which they are not. Starting with this, this was my personal opinion. Now I say what is the history of all these things, and I also brief about the hot topic of the right now, which is the Manipur violence. There are seven sisters. We call in Northeast India seven sisters, namely Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Assam, Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh. The earliest settled people were from the Tibeto-Burmese people from the China who settled and who came into the Northeast India. Over the centuries, different rulers, different kingdoms have ruled in Northeast India, like the Ahoms, the Métis. I'll come back to Métis; they are very important here. The Kachris and the Burmese. In the 19th century, the northeastern region was concentrated only as the Assamese province, the province of Assam. And after that, after the independence of India, it has been divided to several smaller states, which I mentioned about the seven sisters. First I would like to brief about Assam. Assam, the language is Akhomia. It's traditionally called Akhomia, or in English we call it as Assamese. It was ruled by the Ahoms for 600 years before coming under British rule. The popular languages are Assamese, Bengali, and Bodo. Manipur. Manipur is another small northeastern state which is located and it was ruled by the Meiteis kingdom for centuries. Well, the major religions in Manipur are Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity. Then we come to Meghalaya. Meghalaya is again a hilly state which is located. It consists of Khasis, Garos, and Jaintals. These are the tribes which are some of the tribes which are present in Meghalaya. Obviously, we know and all of us plan for our vacations in the Northeast India. The reason it has such a wonderful and a serene landscape which everyone wants to devour completely. The next, I would like to go to Mizoram. Mizoram is another state located in northeast of India. It's home to Mizo people. A large part of it is actually influenced by Christianity. So the major religion, not the major religion, but a decent amount of Christians exist in Mizoram. And then we have Nagaland. Nagaland is another state. It's a hilly region. The major tribes in Nagaland are the Nagas, the Konikas, and the Aus. Uh, I'll quickly jump to Tripura. Tripura is home to different tribes, which include Tripuris, Chamkas, and stuff. Uh, and then I'll go to Sikkim. Again, Sikkim, the capital of Sikkim is Gangtok. I mean, I could say the capital of others as well, but due to time constraint. Well, we have the Lepchas tribe in Sikkim, which is a very prominent tribe. Uh, so this is the history of the northeastern states when it comes to the northeastern states. Now I'll elaborate on the violence which has been going on in Manipur. So there are basically two tribes which are involved. One is called the and yeah. Before coming to this violence, it's an interesting fact I read about the northeastern states is that instead of patriarchal rule, which is followed in a lot of other countries, it's some part of the northeastern tribes are matriarchal. Only some part, but I found it very interesting and intriguing that they still follow matriarchal. They are a matriarchal society, which basically means the important decisions are taken by the women, and obviously the inheritance, the property inheritance, goes down to the women, and men are supposed to earn their own bread and butter. Yeah, which I found very intriguing. Now, if I move on to the issue in Manipur, it's a very complex issue with a very long history. So there are two things. One is a hill, one is a valley. There are two major tribes. One is Kuki and one is Methi. So I think, if I'm not wrong, the Kuki is the minority tribe, but they occupy the majority of the land which is there in the hills, and Meitei is the majority ethnic group which occupy the little bit of land that is present in the valleys. So the thing is, obviously there have been a lot of violence because of land and resource disputes. Uh, Obviously because of majority and minority stuff, and obviously the government in the past year introduced a new forest law which had to eradicate a lot of forest land area and which had to displace a lot of people from Kuki, if I'm not wrong, and and that's one of the reasons they held a peaceful protest during that time. And these protests led to violent outbursts between the tribes of Kuki and Meiti. Kuki are Christian majority, and Meiti are Hindu and Islam majority group.
Karthik,
So,
he's short on
because of
time.
these,
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he has 35
I'll
seconds
wrap it up.
remaining. So yeah, you can wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up. So, because of these, differences and some misunderstandings, Manipur violence has been going on, and it's been absolutely horrifying to see the recent videos that have been released where women have been sexually harassed, and it was absolutely horrifying to see. And I hope such a situation is taken under control in other parts of the country and elsewhere in the world. So, uh, but apart from this black park, which has been there in Northeast, it's an absolutely wonderful place. I've been there only once, but I've enjoyed it as much as I've enjoyed any other. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik. All over to judges, Vignesh and Nidhi.
So, Karthik, the things that have been going on in Manipur are very upsetting. Can you give me suggestions that we can control the violence that is happening there?
Well, I think first of all, what lacks is the belief of fraternity, the belief of brotherhood. Irrespective of all these, when the beliefs of you call it bhaichara in Hindi, right? When that belief comes into the picture, that belief and commitment towards the state and the betterment of the country. We have to have a longer vision, not just a state vision. We have to have a nationwide vision. So when you are accommodating and when you really think about the country, it's important to adjust a little bit. I mean, yeah, I think it's important to it's important for us to remind that we are after all humans at the end of the day, and awareness at the grassroots level is important. The people, I mean, the school-going children, they should be taught that conflicts between two tribes is not important, but what is important is that they are also humans, and we have to respect them, and we have to learn more about this, and then we have to try to solve it.
Do you think that all this violence is a result of our negligence towards the northeastern states?
Absolutely, 100%. Because as I already mentioned in my introductory speech, that Northeast India has been neglected for a lot of years. So yes,
that will be all, and Vignesh will be joining from the next participant.
Okay, no issues. I guess Vignesh. Okay, no issues, no issues. What I want to ask to Karthik is, what do you think if you relate geography with Northeastern India, does it unite Northeastern India or does it separate the states of Northeastern India? What is your take on this?
well, it unites Northeast India in a way. It unites India in a way. It separates India in a way. I'll tell you how. Geographically, it might seem misleading, but it essentially separates because you see the people within Northeast India are very similar and they are very united uh, because they have a different language, they have a different culture, they have a different way of life. So they have a very different approach to life other than the rest of the India. But if you see sports, for example, Northeast Indians, most of the footballers, they come from Northeast India. Most of the footballers who play for India come from Northeast India. So in that way, it unites India. So I feel that culturally, they are a little bit tad different from the rest of India, but I would still say that it unites within India.
Okay, what I'll say is to add on to your answer. I have been to Northeastern India twice. So in the first trip, I had been to Assam and Meghalaya. So what I have seen is around Umpling Lake or many such destinations, travel destinations, the Northeastern people of different states have been united at such places in Assam and Meghalaya, both of the states. At the same time, when I had been to Arunachal and Nagaland, the geography at that particular place in Arunachal and in Nagaland, due to the huge amount of forestation and due to the huge amount of cultural difference of those respective states, what I feel is the tribes of Nagaland and of Arunachal Pradesh are kind of separated apart from the rest of the Northeast India. But on the other hand, on the contrary, in Assam and in Meghalaya, they are kind of united due to the development and due to the urbanization is what I feel. But yeah, that was indeed a great answer. Thank you so much, Karthik. I'll move ahead to the last participant of round 6, which is Arpita Yadav. Arpita, can you hear me? Samriddhi, I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Arpita, are you there? Arpita Yadav. I can see in the list of the participants, although.
Yeah, she is there, but maybe she went somewhere.
Okay, Samriddhi, just do one thing. Tag Arpita in the chat section and ask her if she's available. Till then, we can proceed to Ram Prasad PS, sir, and he can convey his speech, his point of view. Okay, so Ram Prasad, sir, I think you have got enough time for preparation. Your topic was cultural assimilation and cultural diversity.
Yeah, good evening, all. Primarily, culture is developed and enforced in a group by elders by asking children or any other persons in their group to confirmation, like in the way they wear the dress, celebrate the festivals in a particular way. So in a way, culture are actually developed to separate the people by creating a emotional attachment to a particular symbol. I don't want to state what they are, you very well know, to this particular symbol, taking them emotionally more than their life, getting brawl with other groups also. A distinctive dress, conventions are actively developed to provoke a group over the other and control the resources by the group or tribal elders. So from thousands of years, these type of distinctive culture actively encouraged, developed and cultivated by elders of the elders means, like, let us say tribal head, like that earlier case. So it's seldom have anti-woman, anti-developmental attitudes. But now all set, we are human beings are you can see entire world are divided into so many groups, so many cultures like that. Now, what is the way forward now? Now, see, once just I'm hearing Northeastern, the Northeastern state, a small area, divided into 7 to 8 states. And in each area also, again, there are self-controlled governments, developments are there, just on the basis of culture. So actually speaking, this cultural diversity is not good for human beings. But once it is set up now there are different cultures are formed. It is very unfair to forcefully enforce cultural assimilation also. And it is not possible in a democratic country like India or any democracies to forcefully assimilate cultures and bring one culture others to follow. But some America is said to be melting pot of cultures, because see, people are ultimately selfish. If that suits them, they are ready to sacrifice their culture to some extent. In America, all the cultures will want to follow the American culture because to get the pie of their wealthiness. But in China, Han-Chinese assimilation happened, Mandarin language is forced upon, and in Japan, Ainu assimilation happened, cultural assimilation happened. In Australia, there is a history of assimilation of indigenous Australians. So on the name of assimilation, on the name of cultural homogeneity, if one group try to dominate, that will create social tensions. But at the same time, we should not use too much importance to culture development, maintaining different cultures. We should not actively develop like that. It should be in the background. In the front, there should be a different okay, I respect our culture, you respect my culture. There is no much interaction between our cultures. We understand our culture, you understand my culture, but we'll be in a way attachment with a detachment to different cultures. That is the way forward now. No, there are some benefits of cultural assimilation, like social cohesion, reduced tension, ease of integration. But the challenges also, because of loss of cultural diversity, and some groups are getting marginalized like that. And benefits of diversity also, initial stages are there. Like some architectural cultures of Mughals came to India. They have taken our good cultures. We have taken their cultures, good habits like that. But ultimately, there is a friction point. It created what I say, which whenever there is a mutual understanding, it created innovation. I get inspired by your good things in our culture, and I added my culture, and I created some innovative ideas that developed countries. But on a whole, if you see, wherever uniform culture is there, they have technologically developed. If you see Scandinavian countries like Scotland, Norway, they are uniform culture. They are highly developed. If you take Japan, they're highly developed. If you take Australia, almost same culture. They're highly developed. America, though different cultures on the namesake, they're there. Respect for cultures are there. All Americanized. There is a disadvantage. Once it happened, I'm hearing lungi, and some North Indians came in Hyderabad. They thought I'm a security person or something like that. Like they think that lungi means this type of this culture. This person wearing this means he might be having these thoughts. This person might be doing this culture, this part, this might be thought. And you rightly point out the Jewish culture and the clash between Jewish and Palestinian culture. The Jews want to take their rightful place on the name Jews.
So you have
God,
30 seconds.
like that. So in one
Yeah,
way,
actually, I have 45 seconds.
Yes, in one way, the Jews and Palestinian, at the World War time, once World War over, Americans and the British, because of sympathy for Jews, they want to create a separate nation for Jews, carved a nation from the one land piece of Palestinians. Actually, mostly Palestinians are living. So there is an argument. Now tell me, should I assimilate the culture? No, not at all. Forcefully, not at all. But is assimilation of cultures is good? Of course, yes. But not by domination by one culture. Understanding other cultures, taking advantage as much as possible, becoming uniformly, dressed uniformly, behaving will help in human being, because there is no distinctively, you cannot different. You cannot provoke a child. See, this is our culture, this is our symbol. That person is dominating or killing our culture. Like that, you cannot promote a child or a young person to take the extent of taking guns into their hands. That is what happening. So all cultures are set. I strongly disagree. Assimilation of culture.
Sir, very sorry to interrupt you. You are over of your time.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. That was an amazing explanation of how cultural assimilation and cultural diversity are different terms. Judges, if you want to ask something to sir.
Yes. So, can you tell me that what role does globalization and digital media play in influencing cultural assimilation? And how can we leverage these factors to foster intercultural dialogue instead?
Yes, correct. You rightly pointed out the globalization. We can say that it is killing our culture. See, I am grown up in some culture. I like that culture. I may fear that my culture is getting killed, but in a way, people take what is best for them. I may think I like Telugu. I write poems in Telugu. I want to see Telugu get preserved. But are we using Telugu? If I use Telugu, can I go to America? If I don't know English, can I apply visa and get my family status to up? This is one aspect. We are getting impressed with the Hollywood. We are keeping names. City Center you will keep, because in 1960s in New York somewhere City Center started. Now we'll start City Center. Now we'll keep it small as Forum Mall, because in America somewhere it is there. So finally, the culture, that culture will dominate, which can show wealth, prosperity. So finally, American culture is dominating, but in one way, it is killing the more nature-preserving cultures like Indian cultures, like Ayurvedic, living harmony to the world, and increasing the consumerism. So we are going after American, behaving like to be American, or European way, consume. In that way, we are not giving space for our Indian cultures which long, maybe different cultures are there. So you can say different cultures are Indian cultures. But one way, what is binding force for India, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, if you go, you will feel that it is our culture. But cultural only not stopping us from dividing. Pakistan, if you go to Pakistan, one of my friends told, we went to Pakistan, he has seen the Pakistan culture by some foreigners. He told Pakistanis are just like us, but does it stop the division of India? No, it fostered the division of India. But now, present globalization, one culture is dominating.
Okay,
that
will be enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Vignesh is present over here, right? Or is he busy with something?
We can move to the next participant actually.
Okay, okay, no issues. Sir, to ask you a question, Ramprasad
Yes,
sir,
yes.
can you state a few examples of countries where cultural assimilation was dominant in the history?
Mainly, cultural assimilation is dominant in recent history, China, sir. Earlier, it did not happen. Once they got independence from the invaders, foreign countries, then once that great long march happened with Mao, then he started cultural assimilation. The cultural assimilation happened in USSR once. They want to make Ukrainians, Georgians, and other Chechens and to conform with in their culture. That created tension. It happened in Yugoslavia, where Kosovos want to forcefully try to control others to accept their culture. It happened in Uganda, and in some extent, it happened in South Africa. Where so many tribes are there, it happened in South Africa. And it happened in Beirut. It happened in Syria recently. It happened in Iraq, Iran. Sunni Shias want to control, dominate. And most worst thing happened in Somalia. In Somalia, there are two tribes. Just they have little bit cultural differences. And now recently, unfortunately, in Manipur, Kuki and Métis. Just you are Kuki and Métis. That is the only reason how they are behaving like that. So don't you think cultural diversity is helping us?
Thank you so much, sir. To add on to a few examples that you stated for everybody's knowledge, because I have read a few articles on cultural assimilation in Australia as well in 1867 Victoria.
Native
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
I mentioned
Yeah,
it already. Yes.
Exactly. In 1888 as well in Western Australia, in Canada as well in 1996, if I remember. In Brazil as well, recently in 2019, when a new prime minister or president, whatever they have, was appointed, this cultural assimilation was kind of a very, it was fastly seen in these countries, and Latin America, of course, and New Zealand as well, as you already stated.
Yeah, yesterday I mentioned in my introduction also. In 1975, this one person discovered done one hero not taken Oscar award to protest this also. And recently, 1.5 years back, yes, we have seen some type of large cultural assimilation by Americans of Native Americans in that region. Yes, you are right.
Surely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you so much, sir. That was an amazing explanation of how both the terms are different. Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Before proceeding to the last round, to the finale round, I would like to ask to both the judges, Nidhi and Vignesh, do you both want to discuss the results so that you can select the number of participants for the finale round?
We have already discussed and communicated it to Samriddhi.
Yes.
Okay, so Samriddhi, you can proceed ahead with the participants who will be in the finale round.
All right. So first of all, Ayush, would you like to discuss them, or should I directly move there?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Would you like to discuss these facts, or should I move forward?
No, you can move forward. You can move forward.
All right.
You can move forward. We are very short of time, so yeah.
Okay.
So the topic is importance of social studies in daily life. And the finalists we have decided are Leena Goyal, Danish Ansari, Asmita Dwivedi, Chandra Tapa, Vivek Agarwal, Ramprasad PS, and Karthik.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes to prepare for this, and the final
Repeat
and
the
the
participant.
judges. The judges won't be asking you any questions for the final round. I will again repeat the names: Leena Goyal, Danish Ansari, Asmita Dwivedi, Chandratapa, Vivek Agarwal, Ram Prasad PS, and Karthik.
Again, to those who are not selected, the judging was super tough. Like,
Yes, we were like constantly chatting with each other that who we should choose. It was very difficult on our side, and you
Yes.
all did very well. Also, those who have been selected, we won't be asking you any more questions. So give your 100% in your speech, okay? We'll be listening to your speech very strictly.
Before the finalists are preparing, I would like to add that all of the participants were really good. I had prepared such a frame of questions which would be a bit different, but difficult as well and different as well. But each and every participant from you guys, each and every finalist from you guys have actually answered and deciphered it in very effective way. So I was really impressed with each and everyone's answer.
Okay, so the time is up. Anyone would voluntarily go forward? Danish Ansari, would you like to go first?
Okay. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, you are audible. Yes. Please turn on your camera as well. Yes, Danish, you may go ahead.
So thank you, judges, for letting me in the final round. But my topic is importance of social studies in daily life. So now social studies itself is a topic which contains several topics just like geography, social politics, history, and all. And with each subject, we know the importance of each subject. Like history, we read history, like many people we hear like what is the advantage of reading history books and all, but history is the only subject which gives us the real life experiences. And so the mistakes which our history has done, we need to cope up and improve our mistakes which we have done in our history. What were our mistakes so that Britishers invaded us, and what were our mistakes so many invaders from other countries invaded our country. So these are the issues which we learn from our history. Now about culture, about social factors. With the culture, we'll be proud to our culture if we read about our culture. So it will give a roadmap to our daily life. Will not be like we are just doing anything. We will do according to our culture what they have taught us, according to our religion, castes, and ecosystem in which we are living. And the geography, we know that we earlier discussed in our speeches that geography also affects our culture. So just because of that geographical factor, like why we are vegetarians, just because we are very rich in agriculture, not like Arab countries or Western countries which are not good at agriculture, so they are mostly non-vegetarians. So and like our economy, importance of that, everything which comes under social studies is a greater leaves a greater impact on our society, on our daily life. We like to we learn about political science so that we can elect a good leader for our country. We can learn about that what previous leaders have done to our country, what mistakes they have done, and what we can improve in our upcoming elections, and what we can elect. So this was.
Thank you, Danish. That was a wonderful speech. Now I would like to invite Asmita. Asmita?
Yeah. So, shall I start?
Yeah, start.
Okay. So, as rightly quoted by someone, it's not rocket science, it's social science. The science of understanding people's needs and their unique relationship with art, literature, history, music, work, philosophy, community, technology, and psychology. The act of design is structuring and creating that balance. Social studies plays a crucial role in daily life as it provides valuable knowledge and understanding of the world we live in and the society we are a part of. So, I would like to discuss some key reasons why it is important in our daily lives. So, firstly, is cultural awareness. Actually, it exposes us to various cultures, traditions, and belief systems. So, by understanding cultural diversity, we become more accepting and respectful of others, fostering a sense of empathy and global citizenship. Secondly, economic literacy. Social studies introduces us to economic concepts and principles, helping us make informed decisions in our personal finances and understanding the economic systems that influence our lives. Also, social studies help us in encouraging critical thinking and problem solving. It nurtures critical thinking skills, enabling us to analyze information, evaluate sources, and make informed judgments. These skills are essential in daily decision making and problem solving. Also, it encourages interpersonal skills. It often involves group discussions, debates, and collaborations, which fosters interpersonal skills and the ability to work effectively with others. It also prepares us for the future. The knowledge gained through social studies prepares us for higher education, various careers, and active participation in an ever changing society. It also includes environmental awareness. It explores human interactions with the environment and the impact of human activities on the planet. It encourages awareness about environmental issues, encouraging responsible environmental stewardship. So, social studies is not only an academic subject, but also a practical and essential component of daily life. It equips individuals with the knowledge, skills, and attitudes necessary to be informed, engaged, and responsible members of society, contributing to personal growth, social cohesion, and well-being of communities at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Asmita. You spoke very well. Now over to the next participant, Leena Goyal. You are up next.
Yeah. Thank you, Samriti. Just let me turn on my video. Okay, so am I visible?
Yes, you are visible and you are audible. You will proceed now.
Okay, so my topic is importance of social studies. Okay, so we have seen that like hard sciences, and we have in our society two categories: hard sciences and soft sciences. Hard sciences can be loosely considered as the fields of interest that can be concluded, whereas soft sciences are that fields of interest where the conclusions can be a bit harder to reach because of the multiplicity and multitudes of the events, experiments, and also thought processes. Social sciences, in essence, includes a number of fields like history, geography, philosophy, psychology. However, I would like to point out that social science, in essence, talks about and also revolves around the human psychology and human behavior. Because we are humans, we really like to know much more about how humans behave, how humans interact, and how we basically collectively work together or conflicts as well. So I would like to point out that in social sciences, the importance of social science in our individual life is as important as it is in social life as well. So first of all, the social science fosters the sense of analytical reasoning and critical reasoning, which provides us with multitudes of experiences and also diverse perspectives, which helps us to choose between different types of systems. They can be political, economical, or other aspects of choices as well. So in a sense, they help us provide choices which basically they provide us choices. That's basically the importance of social studies. Another importance of social studies I would like to point out is the economic perspective. When an individual is economically informed, they are better able to form sound decisions, both economically for themselves and also for the society, that leads to the prosperity of the community as a whole. Other importance of social studies can be considered as the historical perspectives. When we learn and know more about our historical perspectives, we are better able to gauge our historical roots. That helps us develop and evolve as a human being. Also, there are other aspects of social studies that helps us in both our individual life. For example, being a better citizen and politically informed individual that can be helpful to the society. So these are all the points. I would like to conclude my speech by saying that social sciences is as important as the hard sciences are in the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Leena. That was a very nice speech. We will move forward to our next participant, finalist, that is Chandratapa.
Social studies is basically a subject that deals not with the innovations, but it deals with what is happening in the society, what happened in the society, and what might happen in the society later. So social studies plays a very important role in our daily life. It is crucial for many things that we do in our everyday life. I have heard many of my friends saying that they don't like history. Why? Because it has to do a lot about kings, queens, and how they fought battles, etc., etc. But what they don't realize is the society we are living in today is actually because of what happened previously. We get to learn from the mistakes that the political leaders of that time, the kings, made at that time, which we learn from their mistakes, and today we have an opportunity to correct them and move forward and make better decisions so that we don't make the same mistake again. The geographical part of social studies helps us to understand the variety of geographical features that are present all over the earth, from forest to the rivers to the land, various landforms. Everything comes under geography. Now, today, money is very important. We see money everywhere. We are using money to transact things. So money is a very important thing. And for that, we need to understand the economics. So we have to have a financial background that would help us. We have to have a knowledge in finance to know that how to make use of money in an effective way. Social studies helps us to make informed decisions. It makes us responsible citizens. It helps us in decision making. Politics is something that is happening in the society today. If we live in a democracy, if we don't understand enough about what politics is, how the various governments are functioning, how the prime ministers rule, how the judiciary functions, how the executives execute the laws, if we are not aware of that, how will we ever be able to elect our leaders? So social studies, understanding politics would help us to make much more informed decisions to elect our leaders. It makes us responsible consumers. Because of social studies, we are able to learn about our rights, about the various opportunities that is given by laws. If we don't know the laws of our country, how are we going to fight for ourselves? How are we going to defend ourselves? How are we going to prove our worth to the people? Apart from this, social studies also helps us in becoming culturally aware of what other countries are doing, of what cultures that are followed by other countries. Today, because of globalization, we are able to, and because of the technological progress we have made today, we are able to understand the cultures that are followed everywhere. Today, as Indians are able to adopt the Western culture, put in jeans, shirts, and we are literally ignoring the saris, which are like the traditions of India. So social studies as such plays a very important role in our daily life. Social studies is no longer limited to a subject that is taught in our school, but it is something that helps us in our personal growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandratapa. That was a very nice speech. Now I would like to invite the next finalist, that is Vivek Agarwal.
One second. Excuse me. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and you are audible.
Okay. To start with, now human is described as a social animal. So the only studies we need to live is social studies. Now, social studies serves as a window into the world. It provides insights into various and diverse cultures. It helps you in comprehending the environment. It tells you what your history was, how human came from Stone Age to the modern age, what were the challenges they faced, what were the civilizations which were there from the ancient period to the modern period. How does the geography of the earth look like on which we live? How geography impacts all the cultures, linguistics, and all the other factors over there. Uh, how economics runs the world in today's day. We just know that money is required. Everyone knows what the prices go up and down, but if you don't know what is supply and demand, which is a part of economics, you won't be able to understand what is happening in the world. As many people don't know inflation, because economics hasn't been studied as a mainstream subject, which has to be studied like political science. People keep criticizing politics, but no one wants to understand what politics really is. As we dive deep into the subject, we get to know how uh, how governments can have powers, how citizens have the utmost power and can handle whatever comes into their ways, and how judiciary functions, how they have rights, how every constitution safeguards its citizens. how every language impacts the whole country, how different cultures have coexisted in the world, how trades have happened, and how everything else is occurred. In summary, I would like to say that it just gives you a solid view of the whole world, and it helps in opinion building. If you're able to know every aspect which is there into every topic, such as the rupee price went up, so now how did it go up? How is India's positioning uh, going strong in geopolitics? How economics also plays a role in geopolitics? How human rights is also a perspective which everyone needs. So social studies is the most important thing in a human's life, because that is the only way you can look into the world and understand how things are going around you, and what you should be doing, what is right, what is wrong, and what is very subjective, and you need to make an opinion or take a stand for. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. That was a very nice speech. Now we will move on to our next finalist, that is Ram Prasad PS. I invite you, sir.
Hello. Is it visible? Yes.
Yes, you are audible and you are visible. You may proceed.
Yes. Good evening, one and all. In my school studies, my social studies, even sir is my most favorite teacher. Even though my background or my working background is scientific background, I can clearly say social studies subject is what made me what I am. It made me know what is India, first of all. What are my borders? What is Tamil Nadu? What is Karnataka? Okay, we live in this geography. How the Europe is made. Still, that lingering words of is how Garibaldi unified Italy, how Bismarck unified Germany, how America formed, what are the problems of Africa. It made me learn about Ambedkar. First time, okay, there is one person like Ambedkar. Okay, from his difficulties, I came to know the difficulties of downtrodden people at that time. It made me know Bharganath Tilak. It made me understand the struggles of Indian independence, revolution. It made me understand the struggles of Nelson Mandela. So it made me connect the history. It made me know savanna deserts are there in Africa, bigger desert. It made me know Thar without going to Thar in Gujarat. It made me understand about West Bengal without going to West Bengal. It made me understand why Chennai has become a biggest port because of East India Company. So it made me understand why these many languages are there. So history, in one way, it is connecting me to other people. This is one aspect of history. And geography. Why Australia? Why the continents are drifted? So it made me feel, it made me have a mental picture of everything around me. Whenever some Supreme Court rule comes, okay, immediately my 10th class social studies, even though I never learned after later social studies, I made to understand how Supreme Court will be there, judges will be there, the Supreme. Whenever Parliament comes, or our Prime Minister speaks, or some speaker giving us responsibilities, made me understand responsibilities. It made me understand what are the difference between fundamental duties and rights, and why more important are fundamental duties. And whenever I go to municipalities on the sideways, I remember my social studies. My teacher used to tell the municipality does a local work. It gives you water. There will be ward members who will support. There is the local government. And first time I heard demand, supply, and how to organize our income, how much it will come. First time I heard about GDP, 9th class and 10th class in social studies. So in a way, except in a narrow field, which I work a scientific field, in that also, indirectly it may be helping all other aspects of me. What I am me is social studies. Otherwise, how could I know what is my Tamilian brothers? What is my Kannada brothers? Is that how the Krishnadeva is ruled the Kannada and Telugu areas? What is Hampi? How do I know? What is Kanyakumari? How do I know? What are the struggles of Jews and fights? How do I know about Hitler atrocities? It made me understand, and it made me appreciate when I see a person, other culture. Okay, this culture born someplace. They have their responsibilities. I have to respect their cultures, their behavior. The social studies gave me that knowledge. The civics, which particularly the whenever elections happen, okay, Rajya Sabha member, some persons may not be knowing about how Rajya Sabha member will be formed, how vice president will be elected. Immediately, my social studies will come to know. Give the mental picture. Okay, vice president will be elected like this. So every day, every aspect, if I want to give petition, If I want to go to some court, if I want to help a person, okay, there will be some lawyer, there will be some judge. All I learn is social studies. If I want to appeal, okay, for road appeal, municipality have to go. For a bigger one, there will be MLAs, MPs, and assemblies will want the policies, and the bureaucracies will implement it. There will be some hierarchy in the bureaucracy. Like that, from civics I came to know, and from geography I came to know about the different aspects of our Indian Aravali, Himalayas, and all these things, and what Himalayas, Ganges, different rivers played a role. How the Kaveri River dried up, I came to know from social studies. And all these aspects of my learning, my interaction with this world, physical world, mental world, social world, with my people, with the other countries' people. Whenever you see some news about some other country of USSR, some Mongolia, I came to know how the different Alauddin Khilji killed people just for sake of killing. All these things, it made me understand. And everywhere in daily life, it will apply. Civics will apply, economics will apply, demand and supply, and everything will apply. It made me understand. It is driving me in my daily aspects to deal with the people and my
So you have
responsibility.
30 seconds.
So social studies is a very important subject. One must concentrate on this and learn about the Indian parliament system, economy, geography of country, whole world, and have a mental picture. And you should not repeat the history mistakes. And you should continue reading social studies and follow the social studies, not only limited to your sphere of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very insightful speech. I would like to call the final participant, Karthik.
Good evening, one and all presenter. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and you are visible. You may proceed now.
Thank you. Now, why do you need social studies? I think the importance of social studies in daily life is the topic for today. And first of all, I would like to thank the judges and the organizers for organizing this amazing event. I mean, it's been a long while for me just sitting as a part. I can just imagine how tough it would be for you all. Thank you so much for that. Now, let me proceed with the importance of social studies in daily life. What is social studies? What does that mean? Well, without social studies, we would just simply become robots. You know, the artificial intelligence that is prevalent right now will exactly become those people if we do not learn social studies. Because social studies is what makes us humans. It makes us civilized humans. Although some might not look civilized, I am actually a civilized person. I'm trying to bring humor in here, which is again something that social studies teaches. Apart from the four things, that is history, civics, economics, and geography, it teaches us various forms of, uh, various forms of communication, not just language. Hand-eye contact, expression. It teaches us bring in the other qualities such as humor, acting, etc. Now, I would like to deep dive into the four main categories, which is history, geography, civics, economics. Before going to this, I'd like to, I don't know if it was really said by Albert Einstein, but if it was, here's the quote. I don't know why I should fill my brain with facts I can find in 2 minutes in any standard reference book. In our case, it should be the internet. So, a lot of students have this misconception that social studies is all, but obviously because it's not about remembering things. It's because we have to try to understand the past, which is basically history. I mean, social studies in a way helps us understand the world around us. It teaches us about the past, which is history. It teaches us about the present, which is economics. It teaches us about present, which is civics. It teaches us about the future of our world, which is economics. And it teaches us about the land and the wildlife and around us, right? Which is geography, cultures, political system, economic system. This knowledge helps us to, understand the world around us and make informed decisions about our own lives. A culmination of all these things is what makes us human. Secondly, it develops critical thinking skills. With these things in mind, social studies teaches us how to think critically about the world around us. We learn how to evaluate information in the form of arguments, the debate, speech, which I am doing right now. These are all essential, which can only be possible because of mastering social studies. Right? It promotes civic engagement. Social studies teaches us about how to be a responsible citizen. We learn about the different levels of the government. We obviously learn about the fundamental rights, fundamental duties, judiciary, legislature, Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, and so on. I mean, we can learn about the law. We can learn about our own constitution. Why do we learn about all these things? Because if we don't, uh, I have no idea about what our judiciary does. Then I can be easily misused or I can be misinformed by another person, and I can be taken advantage of. I can be marginalized, and I can be deprived of the freedom. And I need not be treated equally. Okay. The other important aspect is social studies develop problem solving skills. It teaches us how to solve rather than science, which teaches us how to solve problems in nature. Social studies teaches us how to solve problems among human beings, right? Now, history is not about memorizing the dates or queens or kings or who fought in what war. It's about trying to understand what were the events that were leading up to the war, why they could have been avoided, why they weren't avoided, what are the weapons that were used to fight, you know, of Oppenheimer, right? The recent movie which released right now. It emphasizes the building of the atomic bomb by Robert J. Oppenheimer. Could it have been avoided? Yes, of course, because when you see it from the human rights angle, it could obviously have. They know that there was surely going to be a mass death and a mass destruction of life and property. So it could have obviously been avoided. But for political reasons, though, so this is what social studies enables us to differentiate between the right and the wrong. When it comes to economics, which is again a part of social studies, we can make better financial decisions. You know, how many of us know Amartya Sen is a Nobel Prize winner in economics? His development on sophisticated measures to eradicate poverty, and his work on the causes and prevention of famines. Well, he was able to do this only right. So economics, in a way, helps us to understand the running of different businesses, how to make better investment decisions, how to understand the government policies. You know, we have this income tax ITR returns which has to be filed at the end of this month. A lot of people may be busy on that. If we don't understand economics or if we don't understand finance, we obviously wouldn't be able to do all those. We have to entirely depend on another person who understands all of this. Fundamental human question is: would we completely trust them? It's up to you, but it's always knowledge is power. It's always better to have a knowledge of yourself. Right? When it comes to geography, right? Geography helps us to clearly understand what the terrain around us,
Karthik, you
not
have
just the
30
terrain.
seconds left.
Yeah, sure, I'll wrap it up. It helps us to understand the impact of climate. It helps us. To predict weather patterns. It helps for the aeroplanes to fly. So these are the many applications that we can have in our day-to-day life when we apply social studies in our daily life, and it is of supreme importance that we treat it equally with respect to all the other hard sciences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthik, for the wonderful speech. Now we are concluding our event. Thank you everyone for being present with us till the last.
Just a second, Samriddhi. Let me announce something.
Okay.
Yeah, to all the participants who are present over here, we won't be declaring the results today. We have to discuss, I mean, the judges have to discuss, of course, and the results will be declared in the next few days, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. You will be informed via mail and on our WhatsApp group and, the Google Space as well. You don't have to worry, the results will be informed. The certificates will also be given to each and everyone on mail. So stay updated on your student email ID. To conclude the event, Samriddhi, would you like to conclude or should I conclude?
You go first.
Okay, so to conclude, even I have been a part of numerous district level and division level elocution competitions since my childhood, since 6th and 7th standard. What I have felt is all the participants, not just the finalists, but all the participants were too good and had a great knowledge about that particular topic. They had a research, they had a confidence to express themselves and decipher their knowledge. That's what I appreciated a lot. The questions that were asked by the judges were beautifully answered by each and every participant. I don't remember any single participant who has, fumbled for more than a minute or who has not given any answer in a proper way. Each and every participant was too good at, his, expression of speech. Finally, to conclude, Synapse Society is glad to have such orators and social linguists as our members. Synapse would love to express the gratitude towards the judges, Nidhi Dande, Vignesh Mishra, of course, towards the participants, towards the finalists, of course, and the audience as well, as many people are watching us live on YouTube channel of IIT Madras BS degree. Synapse would also like to thank the authorities of NPTEL team of IIT Madras to let us stream it on the official YouTube channel and to provide us Zoom link on such a short notice. With immense pleasure and gratitude, I declare, being the host, being the current president of Synapse, I declare that the event has been concluded. Thank you so much for participating, everyone.
Also,
Thank
to
you.
all those,
Just a second,
all
just
the
a second.
participants,
Let's
you
not,
really
just a
did
second, let's not say
amazing.
anything. Let's not say anything. Guru, just stop the recording.
Yeah.
I have to call Mahesh sir to
Yes.
stop the streaming as well. Okay. So you guys can discuss anything, but let me firstly call Mahesh sir.
Yeah, Nidhi, you were saying something.
So all of you did very well, and it was very difficult for us to choose the winners. And don't get disheartened if you don't win this competition, because you all were very amazing. And thank you for your active participation in this event. We will be keeping such events for future. Do participate in them. Thank you so much.
Yes, everyone here is so much knowledgeable. I was really astounded, like how these people have so much knowledge, and they are answering all the questions with such precision. Like judges, they had such a time in deciding all the finalists even.
They
Guru,
didn't
have you
even
stopped the
stammer. They
recording?
were very clear in what they
Yeah,
wanted to
very
say.
clear.
Just a second, guys. Let me first of all ensure if everything is going on effectively. Guru, have you stopped the recording? Okay, I guess I need